Welcome everyone to the broadcast of Chess.com's Global Championship. My name is Anna Rudolf and I'm thrilled to be here with Keti Tsatsalashvili. Keti, this is our moment again. Finally, the girl squad is back.
It is back, Anna, and I am so happy that we're hosting the final tournament where people can actually qualify to the next phase of the Global Chess Championship. And we have this honor to see the games and to analyze the games, and cannot wait to start the action. But before we go there, we have to take a look at the details and the schedule and so on, also the format of the tournament.
Exactly. As you mentioned, this is one of the last play-in phases today and Friday, I believe, the last few days through which people can make it to the knockout stage. It's a complex system, but a very logical one, because we have had open qualifiers that everyone and anyone can play that are verified players on chess.com. And through the open qualifiers, they could qualify to these play-in phases, as well as all the titled verified players are eligible to play in today's tournament. All of these events, the play-in phases, are 9-round Swiss tournaments, with the time control being 10 minutes, no increments. So flagging is very much an option. And it will be concluded on August the 5th, the last play-in phases, to determine who will be the ones that will play in the big tournament, the knockout phase, starting in September, and the finals live in Toronto, Canada. Keti, will you be in Canada for the finals?
I wish to be there, the dear chess.com.
Me too, dear chess.com.
But whoever will go there will enjoy the show, will enjoy the work, and also will enjoy to play. And Anna, we have here a lot of qualifiers from this open tournament and open qualifiers. And then we do have 32 invited players by chess.com, 32 players qualified, and then in the end we're going to have just top 8 players in the knockout system. And we have some of the fancy name out there who we already know that agreed to play in the knockout phase. And there we go, we have quite known faces here. The challenger of the world champion and 2 times champion of the candidates tournament, Yat Nepomniachtchi, as well as Shahbar Mamedyarov, the top player of Azerbaijan, and this streamer, Hikaru Nakamura.
Our full-time streamer and 5 years champion, who almost qualified to play the World Championship match. Now that we know that Magnus is not playing, Hikaru was 1 draw away from playing the World Championship.
Right. It was so funny that many people in the chat were saying that, oh, I thought he was a streamer. He's actually a good player. That was so funny comments about that. But we have here Hikaru Nakamura, of course, and also Vladimir Kramnik, as well as Vasil Ivanchuk. Those are the big names that we have at the knockout phase. But before we go there, we have the final play-in, and we do have a really lovely prize fund here, and let's take a look at that.
Indeed, just for today's tournament, the overall prize fund is $3,750, 850. I can't say numbers. 850. Keti, I need to go back to primary school. So that first prize that you see as $850 is actually not everything they win, because the first and the second player of today's event will then qualify to the knockout, where they are guaranteed a minimum of $5,000. So you take home that first prize, and on top of it, you're going to get minimum $5,000 when you play the knockout event together with Hikaru, Yat Nepomniachtchi, Vladimir Kramnik, and the rest of the crew. It's going to be an incredible tournament. $1 million prize fund. That is what chess.com has put together for all of you verified players. This is a shout out, a call to action. If you're not verified yet, I think it's time to reconsider your choices.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I was just wanted to mention that when we had the total prize fund of the tournament, 1 million, I was like, oh, there are a lot of zeros out there. This is so confusing for the commentators to read it out. But it is really lovely for the participants that they can win. Actually, the first place will get $200,000. This is incredible prize, Anna. And I cannot really recall any tournament where the chess player can get so much of the money, and anyone can get. All those 64 players have a good chance to qualify in the top 8 and then to win the huge amount, and they can retire them from the chess. I don't know.
I know, it's crazy. It's a lot of money. And also not just about the money side of it, but the fact that anyone can play in a super stellar, super grandmaster field. You can play against your heroes. Vishy Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hikaru Nakamura, you name it, they all will be there. Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, right. The list just goes on and on. The 32 invited players are extremely strong top grandmasters.
They are. And today we're going to know another 2 participants who are going to join our list of the participants who are going to take action to win this prize fund of $1 million. So Anna, we already have the games on the board, and there we go. This is the I think the highest rated player, 26-24 from USA, Alexander Al against Lily from Canada. It's quite confusing to know those players, but I think Alexander
is Alexander Landerman.
Yes.
Very strong grandmaster, former member of the Olympic team. As many of you know, the Olympiad is right now taking place in India, so we are missing quite a few grandmasters. But luckily for us, some of those Olympic teams are so strong that the players that don't fit in the team are still like 2600 rated GMs, a lot of them. So we still have a very strong field, and Alexander Landerman is one of our top players of today, trying to qualify. So as we mentioned, first place qualifies already directly confirmed. And then if you finish second or third today, the second and third place will play a mini match against each other. That will be at the end of our broadcast.
Right. So the first place guarantees himself already $5,000 and also the seat at the next phase. And then we're going to have the fun part, me and Joanna, together with the viewers to see the match between second and third player. So the games has been already started. I see queens off the board. This is kind of like end game where I believe white has a slightly pleasant position as white's pieces are more active here, well developed. And there is also a bit of issue of the pawn on c6. This backward pawn is now under the attack.
Yeah, it seems like something has gone really wrong for Lele here with the black pieces, because white's position is dominant. After knight e5, as you pointed out, the pawn is hanging. And even in case of a trade on e5, what we see is that black is way behind in development. That bishop is still stuck on f8. It's going to take quite a few moves to develop it and be able to castle. And in the meantime, your queen side is already much more vulnerable than what it should be because of the c6 backward pawn. The knight from a4 is about to jump to b6 or c5. So it is a very, very promising and quite possibly almost winning position, even if it's equal material, but white's positional advantage is quite a big one already.
It is really a big one. And if the black decides to give up the knight, then there will be a beautiful outpost here for the white's knight. And even in case, if you take this knight off the board, let's just make this move. And if bishop decides to give it up, then another white's piece gonna get on c5. And here, this is a weakness. Another weakness is also on the board. We have obstacle color bishop endgame with 2 rooks. Some might say this is close to be equal, but it's quite pleasant here for white to play and outplay the opponent. And what's very important is the time which is running for black. And black has 5 minutes and 30 seconds. White has 8 minutes and 40 seconds. That's a big advantage on the clock for white.
it is a huge advantage and the reminder that there is no increment. So it's a 10-minute no increment event for 9 rounds, meaning that even if Black somehow manages to not lose that pawn on c6 and hold everything together, the time factor will still be quite a decisive one. I'm just checking also on some of the other games, and I see that one of the other highest rated players of our field, wonderful time, that's Min Le. He already has won his game, so that's a good start, very promising start for Min Le. Shall we take a look? They already have made a move. Sorry, I was like, if we are waiting on a move, we can just take a quick look at another game or two.
Actually, we can switch, Anna, as we pretty much covered here. And I don't believe that some dramatic changes can happen here in this game. So we might expect here a pleasant game for white. And I was actually wondering if Anton Denchenko is...
by the way, sorry, I've only just noticed a shout out to wonderful time Min Le, who is with us in the chat. Do I see that correctly on Twitch? Hello, congratulations! What a start, smooth, very smooth.
I'll try my best. She says, Anna.
Keep going.
Wow, that's so impressive. The guy can do so many things at the same time. That's so impressive. Good luck indeed to you and to all the participants. So any suggestions, Anna, you would like to go and see the game? I'm just going to maybe bring up this one. So here we have with white pieces Orest Wolf against Liam Lee. Another 2600 player here, so the position is quite tempting here for Black. Black has beautiful pawn here on d4, which attacks the the bishop on c3. But however, this pawn is pinned now and cannot really go further or can take the bishop away. But there is this move, rook to e1 now, and I kind of feel that something might be happening here. Something like d takes c3. Can we go to this crazy stuff?
Let's take a look. What is happening with the crazy stuff? Is it too early for a Botis gambit? For some of you, it's like 5 a.m. on the west side, on the west coast. I don't know how are you managing getting up there early to watch the broadcast. Well, we appreciate it if you're tuning in with your morning coffee.
Okay, this last move was a bit suspicious to me, Anna. Maybe we have to include bishop to e5 check and then to take the b2 pawn. So here the idea is to promote the pawn next move. If somehow Black survives with this king, then it's winning position for Black. But that's the question of what if. And so far bishop is on c4 and white is considering here some moves, and maybe he is a bit afraid to play rook to e1 because of this line.
Yeah, and just the fact that the rook on d1 needs to stay on the d5 to maintain that pin, so you cannot just go rook e1 and trade rooks on e1 by capturing back with the rook. You would have to take back with the bishop to not lose the piece.
Yeah, that's what is happening. And now Black is deciding to trade the last gray bishop. Here, I think any trade would be just good for white, as Black has pushed the pawn on f5. And here, I just noticed that the pawn on d4 is in fact extra pawn. So in that case,
even better.
yeah, white might hope here for some checks out, I wanted to say, but he actually traded the queens too. So it seems to be a really pleasant position here for Black.
Yeah, definitely, with a very healthy extra pawn. Of course, there's still some work to do. Among them is to bring the AH rook into the game, but it's quite a straightforward one to bring it to the central files. And white's position is, unfortunately for white, not very promising for counterplay. Black pushes a5 also to prevent any kind of maneuvering, such as bishop b4, bishop c5 to get to the pawn. And I think now it's going to get an even more dominant position if that pawn is supported. And it doesn't have to be supported yet, but if at any moment you need to support it, you can also push c5. So the rook could come to the e file. And I think slowly but surely Black will be winning this endgame. Shall we take a look at some of the other games in the meantime, Keti?
Yes, we surely can do that. And I see that a lot of games has been already ended, Anna. We have still some of 2,500 players in the action. So I'm going to take a look at this one and look. Oh, white is having a lot of extra rooks, but the queen is sort of trapped there and cannot move away. So the engine bar says this is winning for white. And yeah, there's no question that white is winning. It's extra 2 rooks, Anna.
I'm just surprised that the game is still on, but maybe black would like to see a beautiful checkmate in the end, to play for the artistic value of chess and see how this checkmate pattern will unfold. With the white pieces, we have here too a very strong grandmaster. Billy Kimba, I believe, is Maxim Matlakov, who is a very known face in the Rapid Chess Championships of Chess.com.
Right. So, yeah, something happened bad for black here. There was first, I think there was a capture on h8. There was a check, and another rook was captured here on a8. And we can leave this game there and move forward to check out more exciting games. How about this one? And in fact, we had a resignation in that game. So here we have another grandmaster. Fundarin is also quite known face for the Chesscom viewers, as he's playing a lot of tournaments. I have seen him competing in the Title Tuesdays a lot. He's playing against Chesky. And here we have rook endgame. I think black is claiming that I'm having a bad position, but I'm holding it. So we are just going to see here some of the technique from white, how to play rook endgame.
Yeah, it is a rough one for black. With the double rooks on the a file, just trying to hold the position, but it seems like the D and C pawns, connected pass pawns for white, should decide the game. White is just being here maybe a bit careful before taking action, whether to push D5 or C5, what's the right move order and how to prepare for it.
Yeah. So one of those pawns should be pushed forward. And also there is there can be another idea to open up the king side for white, as white's rook now is more free to move around. For now, it might be a bit difficult, but white can start with f3, and in fact, he is going with that. And now white has even more pawns in the center. White has like 3-4 pawns in the center, and black has just 1 or 2. So at this point, you see the bar already goes up here for white. So I like your move here, c5 and then d5 right away to push this pawn forward.
F4 is not what I would have guessed. I thought we are focusing on the c5, d5 pushes, but F4, I guess, is another way to break through in the center. Rook to c8, and now let's see h4. All right, the pawns are being pushed on the flank where I didn't expect it. But I'm guessing at some point you will have to eventually push the pass pawns too.
Yeah, what black cannot do here is to attack the pawn on c4, right? So that's why white here feels very, very comfortable and very safe, because the moment you leave both rooks from guarding the pawn on a4, you're gonna lose this pawn, and white rook will get here capturing the pawn and also guards this pawn on c4. So for this reason, black can only play with 1 rook, which gives white a lot of free access on the king side. So I really expect here f takes e, f takes e, and something like rook f8 next move.
Now d5 was pushed, and the rook is coming back to the a5 to also have to force black's rook back to the defense of the a4 pawn. And now we see how powerful those connected pass pawns are. Finally, they made it to the 5th rank, d5, c5. This is obviously a huge progress for white's position.
Right, and now king is also getting close, but there is some checks here for white's king, and white. Well, it's not so easy, right, Anna? It's not so easy to just improve here the position. You need to find the most correct way. I was thinking at some point to push also c6, just to make sure that you have here this beautiful chain of the pawns, and also to cut the rook from all the actions from the king side. Maybe at some point he's going to do that too.
Yeah, I'm sure that white is simply preparing for the right moment. He has been very careful pushing the pawns, because sometimes you're worried if the black king, for instance, could block on d6, but I think, unfortunately for black here, the only possible counter chance would be this b pass pawn, but the white king is there and the white rook is also still near. So this, unfortunately for black, is a completely lost position. And as with all endgames, all it has been taking for white is simply a bit of patience, because you cannot convert them immediately, but the position has been winning for white for a very long time now.
It has been, and now black has just less than a minute on the clock. So white has also a lot of time here. 2 extra minutes here for white and winning position. So this should be game over soon for black.
Yeah, let's see the finish, because I think this is just one of the last games overall of the round. I see most of the grandmasters that we have been following already on 1 point confirmed. So this could be our very last game of the first round, and then the second round of the Swiss tournament should begin.
Right. We had a question in the chat if Chess Queen is playing the event. I have not seen her yet in the playing list. So if we find her, for sure, we're gonna bring the game. Rook d7 was a mouse slip there. Obviously, he wanted to take the queen. Yeah. But anyway, it was winning. It was winning for white.
That was, I believe, the last game of round 1, but there's 8 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just tuning in because it probably is very early for you, we are not blaming you, but you're still in time to join us for the rest of the fun. This is the Global Championship hosted by Chess.com with a $1 million prize fund overall, which is crazy. This is the biggest prize fund an online tournament of chess has ever seen. And some of the confirmed players for the knockout stage are former world chess champions and the streamer called Hikaru Nakamura. So there's plenty of prize fund and also honor to play for, the honor of facing some of the strongest grandmasters in the world. Let's take a look at the picture again, because it's a beautiful one. We have a few more names to announce as confirmed for the knockout phase, including Vishy Anand, including Vasily Topalov, Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Jan Kristo Duda. Both Maxime and Jan are there fighting for the grandmasters, super grandmasters with the super long names, so the triple names. And wow, what a field this is going to be, Keti.
Incredible field, incredible indeed. And Anna, this is not only the nice prize for the online tournament, but also over the board tournament. We don't have that many. I think I can only recall the World Championship match when we have.
Be fair.
Yes.
You're right, Keti. Yeah, only, I guess, the World Championship and only other events, if it's like a series of events and you add up the separate tournaments, but those are only for the top of the top. The big difference is that, yes, this is an event that has an incredibly high prize fund, and that it has been a tournament that was open for everyone. The Open Qualifiers, the last Open Qualifier was played on July the 31st. So I'm sorry if you missed that, but have it in your calendar for next year, because you can qualify to face these legends. This tournament has been open for every single verified player. And that's why it's an innovative system, an innovative format, that it gives you the chance. Even the playing phases, there are so many grandmasters in this field. And today's one is supposedly the easier one, because a lot of players are busy at the Chess Olympiad. But even this easier field is tagged.
Right, Anna. I was commentating here with David Bruce for the I think like a 1 week before, right before Olympiad started, a day before, and we could recognize so many top players who were trying to get the seats get the place here at this tournament and get the chance, and it was right before, just one day. So it was a huge competition out there, and we had Benjamin Bach actually qualified alongside with Raul Mamedov, and we had also many more guys fighting for the challenge. But now, today, those players who are playing here, I think they have much easier day than the others in the previous week.
Yeah, if we can call this easy ever, because there's so many of them, and only the first place, that's a confirmed qualification. And second and third will play a mini match against each other. We are just about to see the start of the second round, I believe. We can follow some of our top players if you'd like. Wonderful Time was with us in the chat on Twitch. So shall we get started with his game with the black pieces against Detiara Roman?
Absolutely, we have to take a look at his game, as he seems to be hyped there, and he said that he voted for himself to win this tournament. We also have this voting, and he admitted that he voted for himself too, and he supported himself too, and he also take a moment to compliment us on our commentary, which we very much appreciate. And now he's playing the close Sicilian in this match, and he's extremely strong player. So I would expect a lot of flagging from his side.
Oh, you think that even though we are at the 9-minute and so mark, he's already collecting time?
Although he's having he's having now less time than the opponent, but at some point he has some tricks, you know, how he can take the advantage on the clock.
Yeah, all right. And not only on the clock, but of course he's here to play this imbalanced position, to play for a win with the black pieces after the trade on d4. This pawn on d4 is quite an annoying piece to have in white's camp. At some point you will want to try to challenge it with a move like c3, because otherwise this pawn is in the belly of your position, in the center. You cannot push the d pawn because of it. And it makes it more difficult for white to develop their pieces.
Yeah, and also these bishops here, and this d3 bishop and also c1 bishop, they need more space. They need to start to play. There is actually white here goes with c3. I was thinking about b3, bishop b2, and to develop this and to start to attack the pawn on d4. But that's then another story for another game. But what white did now is was your idea was push c3, and I really expect here at some point bishop c2 or bishop e2, and then d4 happening, and white could get a really beautiful center.
Yeah, it certainly is something that white wanted, to get rid of that pawn and try to push the d pawn. It will take some time with this bishop sitting on d3. You need to regroup your pieces slightly, place the bishop on c2, and then push d4. So black has quite some time to regroup his pieces as well. And also the moment a rook or queen or both will appear on the c file, which is a semi-open file for black always in the Sicilian, that will also make it more difficult to push the d pawn, because suddenly the c3 pawn is weak.
Right, and he starts right away with the queen to c7 to make sure that his rooks are connected, and all black's pieces are very nice and active. Both bishops have some targets and long diagonals. The queen also has nice spot so far. There is just a question for this knight. Anna, where would you like to bring this knight if you were black?
I was looking at the queen's side, especially if white is ever to push the d pawn. I would love to see that knight on c4. I don't think white is gonna reveal their hand just that soon, because that will make it super obvious that black can aim to target the c3 pawn, the c4 square. So I think white will try to keep the structure flexible, but if you don't push the d pawn, then the c1 bishop has to go either to b2 or a3, and this is a bit of an awkward situation with the pawn structure.
It is, and now white actually was struggling with this. The bishop here being not very active and not developed, and he, I think, found a very nice idea with rook to b1 now. Later on, maybe he wants to play a4 to challenge the pawn on b5, and in case if you trade the pawns, then white can take this pawn back with the bishop, and now somehow white has more space. And I was also observing the situation on the king side, and it's a bad news for white that white cannot push the pawn f5 to start the king side attack, because then the white will give up the e5 square, and there will be a nice square for the knight or the bishop. So that's gonna change this f5 pawn can change the evaluation of the position. So instead of this, black actually goes with a5, and I think I know what he wants. After a4, maybe he wants to play take and bishop to a6.
Yeah, and for that reason too, the pawn can't really be captured on b5, so it's a hanging pawn after a5, but bishop a6 always is there to either win material or to force white to push the d pawn, but then the c3 pawn will be hanging.
Right. Yep, that's the behind the pawn push here, a5, and white is taking here some time. They have equal time. I really expected here to have a bit of disbalance on the clock, but no, that's not happening. And also the I don't know, do you play close Sicilian with white or with black?
I would face it sometimes from white's perspective, if like just as a surprise line wouldn't be my main line. And sometimes the French defense can transpose if white is playing that way. So similar structures, but not exactly the same. How about you, Keti?
I play not quite often, but I sometimes play it with black. And what I have learned so far is to be patient and to wait for a bit. And it's not something crazy open Sicilian where there are a lot of tactics and checkmate in 10 moves. No, this is not happening here. It's a bit of maneuvering. It's a little bit of waiting and just improving the position. So that's why it takes more time. You need to look for some ideas here, and these kind of positions are not that rich as the other Sicilians. And I very often ask to myself, like, why people are playing close Sicilian? Like, when you play e4, then why you follow up with close Sicilian? Because it's just not too much of the resources that for both sides, not only for white.
Yeah, and yet there are very strong players who are extremely successful at playing these systems. So it really so depends on the player and their style. But I do agree with you that this is not a dream position for white. Something has gone slightly wrong in the opening. It's not like a disaster, but it's definitely Minlev with the black pieces who is in charge. And now by capturing on c3, taking the bishop as well, will we... Actually, I was going to say, will we see that pawn will be falling? It cannot fall immediately because the b7 bishop was hanging, but after rook b8, even if this pawn can be guarded for now, the c3 pawn, it is going to be a permanent weakness in white's position.
It can be, and now black can just improve their position even more, like rook c8, knight to c5, and so on and so on. And also black can try to trade some of the pieces like rooks or even queens here to go to the endgame, whereas more weaknesses here for white. So that's going to be a pleasant position. And meanwhile, I see that our first rated pro player here, Alexander Lederman from USA, won the second game really fast. And we also have another player with 2 out of 2, Infernal XAM. That's pretty tough.
There are some very creative usernames among these grandmasters. Some of them would suggest a slight play on perhaps their first name or surname, but other usernames are just like so random that I need to keep looking up who is who, because it's just like very original. Sometimes too original for my brain to comprehend.
I know it is really, but there's one player that says his name and the last name right away. So
they're helping us.
Yeah, that really helps us. And there we go, Vladislav Kovalev against Votcheny. And this seems to be quite a pleasant position for white, as now this knight on g5 controls a lot of squares, and also white is just ready to hit on g-file, and this king is here without a pawn cover. There's no pawn which can cover this king, so it's a slightly better position here for white. And when I said slightly, I just after that I saw the engine bar was up to the ceiling.
You were being humble, Keti. You don't want to make Votcheny with the black pieces feel bad. about their position. So it's just one of those rare cases where having a castled king is worse than having your king in the middle of the board. Apparently here, Vladislav Kovalev with the delayed bomb cloud is in a winning position. His attack on the king side should prevail sooner or later, and that sooner, I think, is really soon. There's gonna be some forcing lines here.
Right, there can be some forcing lines. It can be also some sacrifices here, Anna, like I don't know, something connected to knight e6 that looks really crazy, but he goes with knight to f3 here, and this actually makes sense as now e5 pawn is hanging on. Also, there's another idea, bishop to h6 here to pin this bishop, but somehow after d takes e4 now, black also has some kind of counterplay, as there is one more check on the board. Black can take the pawn on d3 and also question the white's king's position here.
Yeah, this king is really safe on d2 under the shadow that this d3 pawn is projecting to the d2 square. You can use it as your umbrella, and it cannot be said the same about the black king, because now through the pin on the g file, it really is just a moment away from losing serious material. It's going to be a piece up for white.
It is, and here we have a really nice combination here by white, and white used the fact that there was a piece on b7 hanging, and here with extra piece there will be no difficult time here for Vladislav Kovalev, as there are plenty of the pawns on the board, and for sure white will keep one of those pawns on the board and will win this game. And I'll suggest to switch to the game of Anton Donchenko. Oh,
sure. Shall we just go back to Minle's game for a second, Keti? Because I think he might be close to the finish line in a sense that he's checkmating his opponent.
Really? Let's just update that. Okay,
so
here
just a move ago, if you go back just a few moves, I think he played king to g7 in a moment when it was like, so there was a trade on g6, pawn takes, and if you play through these last moves here, you'll see how the king suddenly went up to g7 to, not even taking back on g6. He just plays king g7 before he even captured the pawn. He plays king g7, not caring about the pawn, because all that matters is to bring the rook over to h8. And this attack on the white king is much stronger than what the black king is experiencing.
Right. So we had then f takes g6, queen f4. White is desperately trying to trade the queens here to just decrease their tension. Black is happy to do so, because now a4 pawn has to be guarded. White goes really nicely, rook to b1, and pins the bishop on b7. Here we have some more moves happening really fast. And well, we have this end game. I don't know. I would be really happy if I were white here to just, no, not really.
No, it's equal material, but only for this brief moment until black will capture the e4 pawn. And the remaining pawns of white are also all isolated. 4 pawns, 4 different pawn islands. It's not a good sign for how healthy your pawn structure is and how likely that you're going to manage to keep the pawns on the board.
Yeah, white has just too many islands. We like to calculate the islands here in the end game, and white has all those 4 islands. They are just one by one, and they will be lost one by one here. And we see already 2 pawns are gone. And also with this trade, black forces to trade another piece, and knight versus bishop, another pawn on c3 is hanging now, and black is not even taking that pawn. That's rude.
Yeah.
No, he's taking.
Because there was no rush. The pawn could not be defended, couldn't run away. And the king, obviously, as we know in endgame, should be brought into the game as active as possible. Now with the 2 pass pawns, D and E pass pawns, this is a completely winning endgame for Minle, who will also go and collect his second win after 2 rounds, joining Alexander Lenderman, Vladislav Kovalev, and the many, many other players. This list is so long. If you just take a look at how many players are on still perfect score.
A lot of players so far. And they all have also good chances. And Anna, in these kind of tournaments, you might be the leader until the last rounds, until 7-8 round, and then one lose can drop you all the way down, and someone else can emerge and take the lead. So, okay, this game has been, and it was nicely outplayed here. And oh, look at this, and that's what I was actually mentioning earlier. Black has here 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, the time advantage. Yeah. But Minle didn't need it, but it's good to have it in the bag. I agree with you. It might be more crucial how fast is Minle. Playing fast and strong could be crucial when it's a clash for the first place later on.
It's gonna be really important to have these skills of playing really fast. And now I'm moving forward to another game which is in progress, and here White is having a winning position as both rooks of Black are pinned on this diagonal, and in fact we have a resignation from my countryman who plays for Georgia. So let's go to another game if we have any more games still in progress, and we do have actually plenty of them.
Quite a few. Which one would you like to go to? There's quite a few end games. I'm just taking a look at if there's any like crazy attacking positions too, or mainly end games.
Yeah, so far we have this game, International Master here with White against Great Master, and White is having extra pawn and also offering a rook trade, and knight endgame is known as similar as a pawn endgame. So if you have an extra pawn, it means that you have winning position. And now after knight to d3, Black dropped the pawn on a5 and also on b7. But in fact, White found a beautiful move, b3. And now Black cannot really guard the pawn on a5. In case if Black attacks the pawn on b3 with knight to c1, there's knight to a5 and the b3 pawn will be guarded. So this is quite a task here for Black, how to proceed the position.
Yeah, a very difficult task. And this could be one of the first games where we see quite a big upset here with the Black pieces. Very strong Grandmaster Billy Kimber, Maxim Matlakov that is. And his opponent, M. Boyan, not as known, not as much known as his opponent, but now we're gonna know their name because Boyan is about to take down a very strong Grandmaster in round 2.
That's going to be the upset of the round, and as there is a huge rating difference between these two players. But good thing is that we do have 9 rounds. It's just the round 2, and all the players can even come back after a lose. You should not lose too much of the games. You can somehow handle 1 lose on 1 or 2 draws there, but not more than this. So any predictions? How many points do you need to qualify at least to the match, like 2nd and 3rd place?
Yeah, the ones I have seen, it wouldn't be rare that you win with 8 points, like Eduardo Iturrizaga won with 8 points, I believe, and the 2nd place was 7.5. So you can't really drop many points. The field is stacked. And here, Boyan, I'm just looking up their profile. International Master Boyan Maximovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina is about to score a huge victory against Maxim Matlakov. That has been an impressive turn of events.
Oh, I thought that the King E2 was a must sleep here, and I thought White actually blundered this knight here. It's like, oh no, what is happening? But in fact, you guys, if Black takes here this knight, then White has this very strong pawn, far advanced already, and then Black's king and the knight are not capable to stop the pawn. So King E2 is in fact very tricky move.
Yeah, very, very nice pattern that the knight is not hanging for real. The strong f6 pass pawn makes Black's pieces paralyzed. And in case the knight goes back to d6 to guard the f7 square, then White has actually, then I guess White just wants to take on b6 and then push the a pawn, because you don't have to hold on to the f pawn as long as you grab the b6 pawn.
Yeah, I agree with that, and also I'm a bit surprised that Black is holding on time and he's not making the moves very fast, because you might have a losing position, but there are no time. There's no time, and your
Yeah,
opponent still needs some time to convert, and it's not done yet. There's this really annoying pawn here on the king side, and there's also knight, which is a very tricky piece, and now the pawns are blocked. So Black needs to play very fast and catch up the time, and White needs to play very precise moves right here.
true.
Ooh, knight
Yeah.
c6, is that a...
Yeah, and that's the thing. In some cases, Black can and should give up the piece for the 2 pawns and then try to get the a-pawn. But I think here it's not going to be possible for Black to capture the pawn. The knight is going back to guard it, and you got it from b2, so that Black can never take the knight because then the pawn is running. But there is no increment, and they're down to 15 seconds. So this goes down to the way White is completely winning, but there is absolutely no extra time. So you got to win within the last 12 seconds.
Oh, he can do that. He can do that. He removed all these moves, and was a beautiful technique here from White. That clearly shows, Anna, that he is playing a lot of online games and he has these skills.
Yeah, that was a
Tough
great
one.
game by Bojan Maksimovic. Congratulations to Bojan, who scores one of the biggest wins of the round. What an upset, being the underdog here with quite a few hundred rating points.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's so far the upset that we have seen. The other games were going smoothly for the top players, and they scored, as we can see now. They are on the top of the standings. And Anna, we already have the round 3 going on and started, and we are expecting here first moves to be appearing soon. And Alexander is late for his game. He just made his move 13 seconds later. Wow,
Alexander might
that's
have
very
been taking a
generous.
snack break, but he has eventually made his first 2 pawn pushes and is ready for the fight. A Queen's Gambit structure. Queen's Gambit declined. Let's see what will be Black's choice. There's so many ways in which you can respond, and depending on how do you develop your pieces, b6 is one of the pawn structures that you can opt for as Black, and the fianchettoing of the c8 bishop.
Yes, right. B6 has been played here, and this kind of setup here with White of e3 stops the bishop being developed on this diagonal. But this bishop goes on the other way. Bishop goes with b3, and bishop b2 then supports the knight to get on e5 square. And this is my favorite structure here with White, is then you can start to attack on the king side with f4 and rook f3 and so on and so on. I hope to see this kind of setup, but White can also choose here another way. Oh, he goes to that way, b3. Bishop b2 can be played next. Not quite there. White actually decided to trade the dark square bishops over here. So this might slow down a little bit things, as a lot of pieces has been traded. But here White's hope is this bishop on b7, Anna, as it's just hits the pawn on d5, and Black has to find the use of this bishop and this pawn. It can be actually with knight d4. Black can support this knight to get on e4 with rook e8. But yeah, Black has to be sure that that's not going to lose a pawn here.
Yeah, that's certainly the slight issue in this kind of pawn structure for Black. As you already pointed out, the difference between the light squared bishops, White's one is a really active piece. This d3 bishop is extremely strong. We can all see that. And the question is, will Black go for what you suggested, knight e4? In some positions, Black also tries to go c5, and it could be a hanging pawn structure after d takes, b takes. But I feel like it might be a bit too late for hanging pawn structure here, because White already has placed all their heavy pieces on the d and c files. So it's a bit too late, unless you can still prepare for it. So we shall see after the knight maneuver of White, knight d2, knight g3. Will Black go for the knight e4 setup? Will Black try to push c5? Or will reader 777 here with the Black pieces try something that we haven't mentioned? What else could they go for?
h5.
Yeah, let's go. Knight e4. That's more solid.
Well, yeah. Knight e4, I do like this too, where Black is controlling the center. And now queen e2 is a tricky move, as the pawn on a6 was hanging, and it was just, if you're not careful, I can take this pawn. It's extra pawn. What white is doing now, white played rook to c2, and white is now going to double the rooks on the c file, and there is no pawn hanging on c7, but white actually plans to play bishop to b5 and bishop to c6. Very often in these pawn structures, this light square bishop trade is good for white. In fact, well, I don't know why I did this way and not bishop to a6 right away. I just wanted to be, I think, too fancy, but white can also go with bishop a6. Just my point is to clean up the here the tension on c6, so then you can get your rook on c6, which gonna take a lot of squares from white, from black.
I like the idea, and at the same time, it's like we were saying how this d3 bishop is so strong. You normally wouldn't want to be going after the b7 bishop to try to trade it. But if it's for gaining all the control of the light squares and getting your rook to c6, then of course it's something that you should definitely consider. What happened in the meantime, though, black managed to push the pawn all the way to a4. White took it. Now with the doubled pawns on the a file, it's an extra pawn for Alexander Landerman, but you can't really hold on to those pawns forever. And if anything, it almost feels more comfortable for black. And just when I said it, I jinxed it. c6 doesn't seem to be the strongest.
Yeah, then this bishop is something that can be locked here forever. And white goes with the bishop trade here for the knight. You might ask, like, why white gave up this light square bishop? It's so good bishop, we don't need to give up. But in fact, now a4 pawn is under attack, and black has this challenge how to guard it, to play f5, which we can see king side, and there will be some checks on the board, or to push c5. So that's the question that black has to answer in 6 minutes, and he did not need that much time. He actually pushes c5 here, which makes sense. Also, white's center here has been challenged with that move. I don't know what can be here. White's response, knight to c4 looks quite tempting to hit the queen on d6.
Bring the knight with a tempo, then take on c5. And if black takes back with the b pawn, you can push a5 and try to keep this pawn alive. It feels like c6 was played in the wrong moment, and maybe black had to include a trade on g3 first, so that it wouldn't be possible for white to change the pawn structure with the trade on e4. But that's water under the bridge, and I think Landerman is now in the driver's seat. After knight c4, where shall the black queen go is the first question, and then after you pick a square, what happens in case of the capture on c5? Will black be able to take back with the knight?
Yeah, that's also very quite tempting here for black to get this knight out there. But then, as you mentioned, a5 can happen. So the thing's going to heat up here in this game, as it started a little bit slow, but now we're going to have a very nice position that we can focus. Black actually decided to keep this queen on the 6th rank, and d takes c5 has been played right away. And how about if knight takes here? There's a5, and there's also knight b6 move. You can also pick out of these two moves.
That looks very, very strong indeed, because this knight on c5 will be captured too, so you can sacrifice your knight on b6, gain yet another pawn. For that reason, I don't think black can take on c5 with the knight, but if you can't take, you have to take back with the pawn, then a5 is possible.
Oh, and guess what? He took with the knight, and knight b6 was played right away. Oh, no.
Oh, I wonder if reader with the black pieces missed that, or just thought that there was nothing better than entering this line, unfortunately for them.
Actually, they have played the moves rather fast, and let's see, maybe he was just ready to trade the pieces and to go to this end game where white has a passed pawn, but black's rooks are very active, and black can now concentrate on a file and bring this rook on a file to hit the pawn on a2. There's no question that black is here struggling, but maybe here's more chances to survive. Although with this bishop here in the pawn structure on the king side, that's quite questionable.
Yeah, it is a really tough one with the extra pawn for white, but also what you mentioned about the black king. Not that there's anything immediate about that king structure, simply it is yet another factor that could go badly for black, even if you manage to put up enough resistance on the queen side. Shall we go and take a look at some of the other games in the meantime? Because it looks like this one for Alexander Landerman, slowly but surely, I think he will convert this into a full point.
I agree with you. It's time to switch. And here we have the game of International Masters Salman Hanin against Liam Lee. And also in the chat, there was a comment that there is a supporter of Liam Lee here. So we have to definitely take a look here at this point, how he's doing, and if he has a chance to keep the leading the event.
Yeah, Grandmaster Lekwang Liam here with the black pieces. Of course, a very strong grandmaster, a former world rapid chess champion. So this is certainly a format that suits Lekwang, as if he needed more praise for how strong he is, obviously, in general, for having already played some of the top chess events in the world, both over the board and online. But now here with the black pieces, it doesn't seem like he has an advantage.
Yeah, but although I really like this rook here being sneaked on the second rank, and also knight on d5 creates so much pressure on white's pieces. So those are like also the bishop on c4 just being guarded by the b5 pawn. It's just the thing is that white can try to trade some of the pieces, maybe something like knight to d6 or knight to f6 to take the b7 pawn. And that can be the reason why this position seems to be equal.
Yeah, certainly it's the counterplay that white has. Although black can and probably will capture the bishop on f3, because that's a really strong piece for white, the bishop. That together with this knight on d6 is about to capture a pawn or two. So knight takes f3 would be my prediction. And after rook takes f3, how do you proceed?
You can try to play bishop to d5 to save this bishop, attack the rook, and also to try to get the pawn on g2. So now white has to make a decision to play rook to g3 to guard g2 pawn and then push f5, or to play rook to f2 to try to trade another rook and then get the pawn on b5. So that can be the position we might have after the trade.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be exactly what they go for or another line. Something else happened.
Yeah, something else happened here. And after rook to a2, knight to e4, and here after knight d6, that was the last time we see this position. Black played rook to a3, and we have the rook trade first. And white is here considering to probably move the bishop away.
Yeah, bishop takes b7 now is possible, since Lekwang Liam decided to keep the knight on the board, not give it up. It does look like a strong knight for sure, and there's all sorts of checks with it, a knight fork on e2 to pick up the f4 pawn. So it's a very messy position, even though it's only a few pieces left on the board. The king still need to be careful, the white king especially so.
Yeah, we have seen some of the games ending really badly with this kind of kings being just not supported by the pawns. But we cannot really ask too much here for black, because it's equal position, right? Material is equal. White also has a beautiful knight on d6. And now after bishop to d3, when the rook moves away, then white can also bring the bishop on d5 to counter attack the f7 pawn. And probably now rook trade and bishop d5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's what is likely to happen. And this minor piece endgame now for Lekwang Liam with the black pieces, of course, is a lot more promising, because it's a4 pawn. That is a pass pawn, while white doesn't have a pass pawn yet, and it's not easy to make one, even though you have a pawn majority on the king side, and you can take on f7. So white is practically up material, but down in terms of the quality of the pawns. This a3 pass pawn is only 2 squares away from promotion, so it doesn't matter you're down on material if your pawn is running faster.
I agree with that. So maybe now bishop a2, this seems to be a passive move, but had to play. So white actually plans also to push the pawn forward on e6 to create some kind of counterplay. But how about here, this lovely check here on e2 and then a knight to c3. All these moves comes here with the tempi, and white is, I think, running out from the good moves.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough one for white to hold. So I think Lech van Gliem is about to join the players on the 3-point squad. As you can see, Tobias Kölle, Marco Rile from our Friday's event, who played already the mini match and almost qualified. He's in second place, or shared first, to be fair, with Boyan, who took down Maxim Matlakov in the previous round. So quite a few upsets. And another one that could be an upset if we switch from this endgame to Vladislav Kovalev's game for a second. He might be struggling here with the black pieces against his international master opponent.
All right. Can you please tell me what is his opponent? Okay.
Yeah,
great.
coach poker with white pieces, international master from the United States. And based on his username, also a poker player or coach, doing
Poker
very well
coach.
at chess now against a very strong grandmaster.
Yes, Anna, it's a known fact that the chess players like to switch their careers to poker, and I have been told that chess players are very good poker players.
And Magnus Carlsen himself was about to try to prove that at the World Series of Poker recently. Definitely, there's quite a few similarities, and a lot of chess players try to play at least casually, or a lot of poker players are trying their hand at chess too, including some of the top poker players like Daniel Negreanu, who played in one of the PogChamps events of chess.com.
Right, so we have a nice relations with these two games indeed, and both of the games requires a lot of strategy, planning, bluffing. Yes, you can also bluff in chess, very often, especially in the time when you don't have much of the time. You can also offer a draw in a losing position, and
to be fair, there's a few of those, and there's not that much randomness, and all the information is on the board in chess. But with all this information on the board, can coach poker win this game? Though the bar is showing quite a big advantage, but it's not that clear cut. What's the way forward?
It's not so easy. I was thinking actually here to play something like rook f5 to cover this check and also attack the pawn on e5. And in case of rook to f8, then to play g4 to guard the rook right there. But that's so crazy. If it's not working, then your king is really exposed. So instead of that, white actually tries to trade the queens. And now at this point, there can be some kind of pawn push like h6 at the right time when the black's queen leaves the 6th rank. So for now, I really see here improvement for black as the pawn is pushed. And can queen to d5 be a good move to trade the queens and go to the endgame, rook endgame?
That certainly was a question, but instead, coach poker went for rook to d2 and is trying to trade queens on g6. Also makes sense, because if you trade queens on that square and your pawn appears on g6, that pawn will restrict the black king to such extent that you cannot move your rook away from the back rank because of the back rank checkmate pattern. So you would have to play something like king f8 to not allow this checkmate in 2.
Yeah, and that gives white a lot of time to improve the king's position and a rook's position as well. So we have queens off the board finally, and we have the pawn on g6, but now white's rook is a little bit passive here. So here we have a trade. The black give up the pawn, but instead got the g pawn, and white's king is extremely active. I would be very much afraid if my opponent has this much active king.
Yeah, it is scary, very scary. White still needs to be precise, but it looks like, actually, wait, now the pawn, I probably miscalculated because everything happened so quick. This actually could be a draw, but you still have to fight for your life for so long. White can try forever and ever to win this with the rook past pawn.
I think this is already draw as the Black's king got on h7, safe square, and at some point Black can get this rook on the back rank. Oh no, that's a bad move!
Oh, but G6 was a bad move too. Wait. They both messed it up, it feels like. Yes, in the heat of the time trouble, mistakes happen. Even if you're a grandmaster, you can still make a mistake or two.
Right. And this is not the end. Even the evil bar says that it's equal. Anything can happen here. The flagging can happen or some kind of blunder can happen. So this is not game over yet, guys. And the moment the game is over, I suggest Anna to go back at that case, at that position where G6 was played, because it was winning for White for some reason.
Yeah, we definitely need to take a look at it once the game concludes. But at this rate, Kovalev can still win the game too on time. I'm expecting the 2 kings left on the board.
No, okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you that you were not now facing another 50 move of rook versus rook. And that very often happens at some online tournaments. So, Anna, this is the case when Black played rook to c1. I thought it was a nice move here. It was a horrible move for some reason, and it says that it's winning for White.
So how was it winning? G6 seemed promising. That's what White played, but it's not the winning move because the Black king is not forced to go to the back rank. So instead of that, I'm taking a quick look at the bar and what the line was suggested. Rook to d6 simply to get out of the a6 square, get ready to push the pawn, and you still keep also the threat of g6 and cutting the king. So it wasn't as forcing as we thought from the evaluation bar, but I guess it's just simply that after a6, now the black rook is tied down to that a pass pawn, and you still keep this g6 threat in the air as well. Black basically is running out of useful moves. You can just shuffle the rook on the a file as black, and that's pretty much all your play in this endgame.
Yeah. That's very interesting. Also, this is still the matter of the technique here, but indeed this is just easier for White to play, as now king can be free to get on the queen side and to support the pawn. And meanwhile, another game, other round started, and now we have round 4 in the action. And the game which we will start to analyze is Liam Lee versus Macro Richie.
Marco Rila was one of the surprise players of Friday's playing phase. He almost qualified to the actual next big stage of the event. So he almost made it through. He finished shared second and played a mini match. And it went down to the wire to an Armageddon against his much more experienced opponent. So it happens. Underdogs can actually make it through. He almost qualified already, and he's here to show the same faith and confidence in his play. He's on 3 out of 3.
Yes, Anna, and he's the young player from Germany, FIDE Master, and those players are the most tricky players. I remember the match versus 2 other players when Raul Mamedov said that he was actually just, a bit confused with the situation, and his opponent, young player, was very talented. It was a huge challenge for him. So I know that very often even well experienced grandmasters are having it quite challenging to face young participants and young opponents, because usually young players are not afraid of crazy sacrifices or whatever attack, and they don't feel fear at all, and you don't know what to expect from them. So
and this is their big chance to get those big W's. They are now there fighting together with some of the strongest grandmasters in the world, and they want to prove that this is their moment to shine. They have nothing to lose. I always loved that situation when I still competed. being an underdog, at least in my book, is some of the easiest roles because you really have nothing to lose. If you lose the game, that's what people expect, and you can learn a lot from that game. And all the pressure is on your opponent to have to prove why are they the higher rated player.
Yeah, great. I agree with that. Actually, in fact, we can take a look at our qualifiers already. We know these chess players who will play in the next phase. And here we have Vladimir Fedosiev, Benjamin Bach, Rauf Mamedov, Eduardo Iturrizaga, Kirill Shevchenko, Hans Neyman, and Martin Kravchev, as well as Raunak from India. So those are the participants who actually went all these ways to qualify to the next phase at the Global Chess Championship.
Indeed, and it was Kirill Alexeyenko. We saw his picture there. He's qualified, confirmed, but he didn't have an easy way to qualify because the German player here, FIDE master Marco Rile, almost knocked him out in their mini match. Marco managed to win the second game to tie the score, and then the game went into an Armageddon where Alexeyenko bet 5 minutes. He chose to have half of the time of his opponent. So he played 5 minutes versus 10 minutes, because that's, I think, something we need to mention about our format, that the second and third place player of our Swiss tournament of today will play this mini match, 2 games. But if there's no result of the 2 games, we will see an Armageddon where you pick how much time you are willing to bid for the time control, because in Armageddon, the player with black pieces has draw odds, and usually it would be 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, or 7 minutes for white, 5 minutes for black. But here you get to choose how many minutes are you willing to sacrifice to get the draw odds. And Alexeyenko had, I think, the lowest ever bid of all-time Armageddon history, 5 minutes against Marco Rile, who had 10 minutes, and the game ended in a draw in a king and pawn endgame. But gosh, that was crazy. I thought the 5 minutes time advantage.
Oh, it is crazy indeed. Especially when your opponent is quite tough. If you already got at the place when you cannot knock out your player already and you have to go to the Armageddon, it means that your opponent is not easy. To be honest, I've never experienced bid the Armageddon as a commentator or as a player, and I kind of hope to experience that today, because it's something really new for me, and I think for many of our viewers too, and also something very interesting because it's kind of gambling. You're gambling with the time, and also there's an opponent there who also has his own strategy, so that's very interesting to know how the players are thinking. And also, Anna, you can't really come up with this kind of things in advance, because basically you don't have time to think of these kind of things, right? To plan and to have some advice from the coach or something, right?
Yeah, you only have like a few minutes break in between. You probably have an idea of how much time would you be willing to sacrifice, just like having a general idea, but depending on who's your opponent, depending on how your previous games went, so many things can change. It was also the case at Norway Chess. I was a commentator at Norway Chess for quite a few of the editions. It's an incredible tournament, and they were one of the first top classical chess tournament where they said draws are so common, so frequent. We would like to see a winner. So every time there's a draw in the classical game, they have an Armageddon game afterwards to have a winner for the match. and there too, at the press conference, the players, including Magnus, were just like teasing each other on who is more likely to go for the black pieces. Will Anish always choose the black pieces if he can? Just those kind of questions. And who is more likely to play for a draw?
I somehow had a delay reaction, but that's actually so funny. He had to do it for his fans, who always somehow complain that Anish likes to make a draw. So
But in
It's so
fact,
fun.
he usually has a bigger decisive result rate than some of the other top grandmasters, but it has just become such a meme that obviously Armageddon is also one of the formats where the draw matters from Black's perspective. But speaking of Black's perspective, here Marco is not doing very well. Like Van Gliam with the white pieces about to push. Actually, he has just pushed e4, gaining further space in the center.
Yeah, actually, White has won a pawn here on the process, and now it's just a matter of the how to improve the position. It's now d5 pawn is there without any piece to guard it. Maybe knight to e3 makes serious sense to attack the pawn on d5. There is also another way to bring this, keep this knight in the center. Knight to d6, lovely seated there. So White choose to went to knight to e3, and now Black is truly challenged to guard the pawn on d5. And also the time here, time issue is another factor for Black.
Yeah, and a reminder on the time control that it's a 10-minute rapid game, but without increments. So it does matter if you go really low on time. Shall we switch to another game? I feel like Van Gliam will be converting this and will get that additional point for the standings, where we see still so many players on 3 points. So it's a huge field, Swiss tournament, and a lot of players still have the perfect score.
Right, that's true. And I think after this round, and the round 5th will be just more decisive to know one or two of those names who can take a lead. But as I mentioned earlier, we have seen at this competition when we have 135 participants at this very event, even one loss on one draw can drop you down, and then someone else can take over. Not only one person can take over, actually 2, 3, or 4 player can just get a better situation than you have. So I think I choose this one, Anna, and I think this is very tempting position. Seems like White has sacrificed here a pawn in the center, and to have just more active pieces, but Black seems to control everything perfectly fine. And now the question is, what happens after queen to h5? Can this move create any danger for Black, or it's just another move that Black can get rid of?
Well, it is scary when you are threatened checkmate in one. So Black will definitely need to address it with a move like h6. And after h6, the question is there a way for White to continue the attack with a move like knight e6? Are you threatening bishop takes h6? It looks scary, but I wonder if actually Fandarina is just fine, because Black does have a lot of pieces already gathered near the king. It's clear that Fandarina here with the Black pieces was ready to face this attack and make sure that he's gonna have the right defense. After knight c6, the question is, what's the right move? It's Maxim Chigaya, by the way, Grandmaster Fandarina, and I think his profile picture is from the Tata Steel chess tournament, Vaikanze.
Yeah, that's him. That's him indeed. And I think, Anna, here knight f4 can be the move to release all this tension and to trade White's pieces here, as Black also offers the queen trade. And then if queens are off the board, you can take this with a rook, and the knight on f4 is well guarded. White will not win the pawn, and then I would be really, really afraid if I were White to play against this center here, and White has no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, it feels like White's attack will fizzle out, and after Black survives all that attack, Black is up a pawn and has this very strong central pawn structure as well. So what happened in the game instead was that White went to capture the pawn on a6.
Right. And then now White's knight on g5 is under attack, and white has to make a decision where to bring this knight. If you bring the knight on e6, you have to make sure that this knight will not be lost, and you have the way out. And there's also another move, knight to h3, which was very passive. So here we have knight a6, knight 8, c5, played very fast, but there is this pin here on this 6th rank, and black can try to use this one, starting with d4 here. This pawn push can open up the bishop, or can also give up the pawn. So this should be well calculated here from black side.
Yeah, definitely something to consider. Good thing for Grandmaster Chigaev here that he does have quite some extra time to spend in this critical moment on what's the right move, what's the best move order, with this tactical pattern of the 6th rank, the discovered attack. Knight f5 is his choice. Knight f4 also was very tempting. These knights around the white king, it's looking scary.
Oh, they do look scary. We might also have some kind of sacrifices here on the king side. Right now, the threat is to push d4 or to take this bishop on e3 and create another weakness there. White played queen to a5. So far, I don't really see what's the target of this move. But white had to play any move, and it's also a very nice strategy to just make a move very fast, even if you have the bad position. And for sure, white feels that it's just not a good position for white. You still need to make move rather fast.
Yes, with only 3 or 3.5 minutes left, no increment. A reminder that it's just a 10-minute rapid game, no increment. White is trying to maneuver this knight back toward the king side. Very logical, because you need more defending pieces when black is ready to jump to f4, to h4, bring a rook or queen to the g file. The bishops too, if you manage to mobilize your center at any point with d4, it could open up both the d6 bishops and the c6 bishops diagonals at some point. So it's looking scary. I wouldn't want to be defending this from white's perspective, but still, there is a hope, of course, for Satarov here with the white pieces. And black should be precise too, because this is not obvious at all. Knight f4 is an obvious move, but the follow-up, I guess, is not that obvious, other than you want something to come to the g file.
Right, you need to get something on the g file. I do love all these black pieces here together, attacking white's pieces, and draw offer was here from white side, and black declined. I think there was early than this one. I'm sure white will not offer a draw here at this point.
Must have been the previous moment for sure. Sorry, Keti. I was just looking at what happened instead with this e3 pawn push, very strong as well. I was looking at the g5 main and knight h4, but e3 is so logical too, to try to get to the king. And if it's not traded, then that it's either a pass pawn with e2, or you just keep this tension. You can take on f2 at any point too.
Oh yeah, you can take this and weaken the king. I do love knight h4. I really want to see sacrifice here on the g2, because it works most of the time with this weak king. Then you can play f3 next move and bring queen on the board and try to give the checkmate. So queen a1 has been played. This is quite passive move, but white had to guard the back rank, as e2 was a threat there, and then e1 queen. So queen to e4. Now this is a double attack, as the pawn on g2 is hanging, checkmate is hanging, and the rook is hanging at the same time. So I'm afraid this might be the game over here for white.
Yeah, white gives a last check on a8, but after rook f8, the queen is hanging, and checkmate on g2 is still a slight issue. f3 attacks the queen, so both queens are hanging, but even knight takes f3 to give up that knight, and then you can move your queen away with a check to win the queen on a8. This is resignation from Satarov. Very well played attack by Grandmaster Chigaev with the black pieces. That gives him now a 4 out of 4. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start, indeed. So, Anna, this is the one of the last games here. After these games, the player's gonna have a bit of break, and they will come back with new energy. So to have a break with 9 rounds tournament, it's very important to get some fresh air, to have some, I don't know, some water to refresh the mind. But before White goes on the break, White has to save the king on the g4. So even though the bar says that it's winning for White, I would be still very skeptical with that.
Yeah, this is the game we were following earlier. Reader with the better position against Kovalev. Or was that another game that I'm confusing? But Kovalev has had not the easiest of games today so far. It's suspicious positions. I think he managed to save the previous one, but now this is sus again. But as you said, the king has to survive on g5 somehow. So how does it survive? Extra piece, but your king is out there in the wilderness.
There's a check. There was a wrong chess, Anna. There's a wrong
they
chess.
Messed up immediately, just as we said it.
Yeah, there's a checkmate coming up. How is that? F6, queen f6. There is some weird checks coming here for White, and you know, just one move can change so much.
Just one move. It was so difficult though. The difference is if we just go back one move, this rook d8 check, it seems logical to give a check and then bring your queen over, but this rook had to stay on the 4th rank so that you can bring your king back to h4. And your rook and the queen are guarding the 4th rank. There is no check on g4. There's no rook e4. Because after rook d8 check, king h7, you no longer can try to sneak back because you're going to lose your queen with rook to e4.
Oh, no. King to f5. This is very active king. We do like to have active king in the endgame, but not this much.
Not here. Because now this...
And like... Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Anna.
Oh,
but
I don't even know what you're interrupting because my thoughts are just like, goodness me, how is this gonna turn out? The threat of checkmate on e6 was what Black was setting up with queen e2.
Yes, very impressive move here for Black. The move like queen e2, it's not a check. It's just a threat and a checkmate, and not easy to spot. But he had 1 minute on the clock and he was fully focused, so he scored here this point, very important point. And you know, and I feel if Kovalev would lose this game, he might not have a chance to qualify anymore, but now he is still in the business and we still have 2 more games going on, and definitely we want to see this one.
Yeah, but definitely that game was huge. Reader 777 FIDE master, but almost a grandmaster slayer, because Vladislav was in trouble, and only at the very end with this rook d8 check it went wrong for the FIDE master, who could have had one of those big upsets again. We have seen already a few, and I'm betting that there's gonna be quite a few more because we are just starting this event. We will, after this game, we will go on a short break, but there's so many more rounds left. And remember that the 2nd place and 3rd place will also play a mini match against each other, where there will be a potential Armageddon too. Such an exciting format. And the stakes are so high. Quick reminder that the budget, the prize fund, $1 million is what's at stake.
It's too much for sure. And you know, oh, that's a checkmate.
We caught the finish. That was the photo finish
for
Billy Kimba's checkmate in this endgame. That's Maxim Matlakov, very well known again from other events of chess.com, such as the Rapid Chess Championship. Not so many players remain on a perfect score, but I still see 4 with 4 out of 4, actually now 5. So we're gonna take a very short break, and when we are back, we will see the clashes of those perfect score grandmasters against each other. Don't go anywhere, because in a few minutes our coverage will resume and we shall see who will make it to play the next phase of the Global Chess Championship, sponsored and organized by chess.com. See you in a moment.
Coach K says that when you first start the game, you look at that chess piece as you are the king on that board. I got this tattoo approximately a year ago. I got the king piece and my girl got a queen piece. Technically, don't really play unless I come to jail. That's the only time I've really been playing a lot.
We talk trash about who be who garbage.
If they give us a chance to play with the man, I most definitely would.
For me, it was trying to give people not just the skills in this really interesting game, but so that the way they think changed too.
All right, so in a week. Mr. Scott, behave.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Chess.com's Global Championship. My name is Anna Rudolf, and together with the lovely Keti Tsatsalashvili, we are covering one of the last playing phases of this very exciting tournament. Keti, what have we seen so far and what to expect?
We have seen so far really nice games, and I personally expect more flagging games than we have seen so far in this tournament. But today we have less and less flagging for some reason, but we really like to see blunders, sacrifices, tactics, flagging, all these things. And I believe now we are getting into the phase where all these, top guys at this point are now having the leaders positions, and they're going to face each other, and it will be unconditional fights. So maybe we're going to see what we really want to see, Anna, in the next upcoming rounds.
Definitely. And before we get into the games, a quick reminder on what's at stake. Lots of cash is at stake. $1 million prize fund for the overall Global Chess Championship of Chess.com. And some of the qualified or invited, in this case, already confirmed invited players include Ding Liren, the one and only Ding Liren, who might become world champion. He is playing the world championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The former challenger of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, is confirmed as well as #ThugLife, Alexander Grishuk, Levon Aronian representing the United States, and Taimur Rajabov from the candidates tournament. These are just some of the few invited players. We already mentioned Vishy Anand, as well as Vladimir Kramnik, Vasily Ivanchuk, and of course, full-time streamer Hikaru Nakamura are all confirmed for this year's, the first, and hopefully first of many Global Chess Championships of Chess.com.
Right, I really hope that too, Anna. We're going to have total 64 participants trying to qualify to the last phase of the tournament, and then huge tournament will come up in Canada. I think what I can recall, this can be the biggest chess event in Canada that
for sure
we're gonna witness. So
yeah. And in the world too, for what you mentioned, that a $1 million prize fund has only been seen at events like the World Championship match. That is the top 2 players in the world. And in this field, anyone could participate from the open qualification phase. Every single verified player of Chess.com was eligible to play in the qualification tournament. And now in the playing phase 2, we have all the qualified players from the open qualification. And we also have all the titled players that want to play today and on Friday. These are the last days of the playing phase.
Indeed, this is one of the last days. And we do have here this player having the last chances, because here the losing the game can cost you a lot. So at this point, they are already facing all these grandmasters that we know are facing each other, and there is a lot of tension going on right now. The game has just started, and here we have Thundering against Liam Lee. So Maxim here just to play rather like quiet opening, and nothing very extreme here, although he's still trying to pin the knight now. Maybe he even wants to play knight g4 at some point, or even rook d7. What about that, Anna? Rook d7 wins something?
Queen e2 makes sense to step out of the c5, so there's no discovered attack for black. This is looking suspicious for Le Quang Liam, who we mentioned is obviously an extremely strong grandmaster, former world rapid chess champion. But his opponent is another grandmaster that's strong. This is the head-to-head clashes of the leaders. 4 points out of 4 rounds is what both of these players have collected so far. And I think Thundering has a great chance here, Maxim Chigayev with the white pieces to take down Le Quang Liam.
Yes, and this is actually still rook d7 threat now, even stronger threat. There's also knight g4, which we pointed out. Knight g4 to ruin the pawn structure on the king side, to push the pawn on e5. And black's pieces are not happy pieces here. We see this knight being pinned, and also bishop being here under the attack of the knight, white can always get this bishop and have the bishop advantage. So that's quite pleasant position here for white, and black has a really big issue as there's not even a time problem here for whites. You can't really complicate too much.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Lekwang Liam to try to get some kind of a counter chance because of how the black pieces are stuck on the queen side, but the action will now shift toward the center and the king side. And the spin is so annoying, the bishop on g5, and as you mentioned, knight g4 could be a follow-up to put even more pressure on that knight, then try to push e5 as well. So this pin is a massive problem for black. He steps out of it, but that means that now white can take on f6 to double black's pawn structure, weaken the black king.
That's not good news here for black, right? As now queen can get into the game with a check, and then also knight can get on d7 to attack the pawn on f6. There's the one way. You can also try to get this knight on g4 and try to win the... Oh, that's actually beautiful. We can show this. So after knight to g4, the pawn on f6 is hanging. And if you play queen to e7, now, once again, I'm so stubborn to get this rook on d7 to win the bishop. But it works. It works now, as there is a beautiful fork and white is winning the queen.
Yeah, after knight g4, most likely black should respond with bishop to e7 to not allow rook d7. We had actually a few more moves that were played just now in the game. If we catch up with knight d7 was the choice, and again bishop e7 is the better move, but knight b6 now wins an exchange. So there were too many knight forks that white was threatening with.
Right, so a4 has been played here, and this can be quite heartbreaking for Liam. As he's one of the top grandmasters and well-experienced player, and I guess he got some problems, some issues in the opening after like 12-15 moves, I guess. So this is not happening very often, right?
Yeah, the only thing that could go wrong here for white, Keti, there's one thing, and if my screen is correct, this one thing is actually a major thing. My chess.com is showing Van der Rijn as offline. So he's either offline or he's struggling with a stable internet connection. So Grandmaster Van der Rijn with the white pieces in a winning position, but possibly a bad internet connection. Can his internet hold on until he wins this game?
Oh no. That's a nightmare for the player to be disconnected. I experienced that once, and it was one of the worst experience of my chess career. So I see now he made a move.
I think his connection is back to 4 bars. Maybe it was just a very, very brief second, but it was scary. Obviously, if you just disconnect for a brief moment, you still have the time to make it back before you lose on time. But right, the time is limited.
There was actually the match Kostyuk versus Hryufan when there was a dead draw end game, and we said it's a risk-free position, and then Hryufan lost on time when we were so curious what happened. It couldn't happen, and she was just briefly disconnected and then connected. But she had seconds on the clock, and yeah, happens these kind of situations. But I actually saw a really funny thing here. As there was can you give a wild guess how many times the draw was offered in this game in total?
Oh, in this one, oh goodness me, I don't know. Was there many? Like I saw one. Was there more?
It was a lot, actually. I think it was 4. So the first white offered here draw. Then black declined, but I think when you just make a move, it automatically declines.
Yeah.
And then black saw that probably, and then black offered a draw right after this, and then white made a move and accidentally declined, and they had to play this game. And all this draw offering little funny game, in fact, worked it well for Maxim indeed.
Yeah, white is winning and white's connection is back to stable. So it seems like Van der Rijn, Maxim Chigayev with the white pieces is on his way to yet another knight fork. How many times does he need to make a knight fork to capture the rook?
I thought this rook would be already gone. One of this rook, and this is the second time fork. But at this time, white is definitely going to take the rook and will be very comfortable position, as white also has the extra pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, this is a winning position for Chigayev. Shall we take a look at the other clashes between the players with the perfect score 4 out of 4? There's a few more clashes. Tobias Kölle is one of the FIDE masters that is on a perfect score, facing a grandmaster, Dmitry Gordima. And
all right.
Actually, that's a more balanced position still.
Okay, I have to find it very quickly, but I cannot.
Take your time. If not, I'm also just going to quickly check. So we have...
Shall we just go in here and then I will check once again the game you suggested?
Oh, goodness me. This game is also, of course, very important. And what an attack is going on, if it's enough. The hanging pieces, knight on h5, but also the bishop on b5 is hanging. So if the bishop moves, if white moves the bishop away, what's the follow-up for Cesar with the black pieces?
So tough position here for black, right? You can't bring this knight on f6 or on f4, because then we might have just knight moving away, trading the knight and winning an exchange here. So I think knight to g7 might happen. And it seems to me that something horrible can happen here to black. What I can see so far, something like knights to b6 and queen to d8 to use the back rank problem here. This is the one thing. Another thing here, Anna, can be bishop to e5 to distract the rook, and then knight to f6. So there are tons of ideas here for white, and white has 5 minutes. So that's a lot of time to figure it out.
Pieces. It's got twice as much time, a great position, wonderful time. Obviously, one of the strongest players in the field, still an international master, but not for long. Not for long, because it's a GM strength, clearly, that he has been showing for a long time by now. He's got his fans with us in the chat, and he himself was in the chat earlier on Twitch in between 2 rounds. Let's see how he converts this. His opponent, I think, I don't see his title, but is a 2400 rated player from Poland. And Radoslav Sik, P-S-Y-K. I have no idea how that's pronounced. Sik?
Sik.
Thank you, Keti.
According to my Polish Duolingo.
Oh. That certainly helps with some of the more complex names. So a tough position for Radoslav, and Minle, if he wins, that of course is going to be a great continuation to his tournament, because he needs this win. He dropped already a point, and in this field, you need 8 out of 9 or 7.5, but you can't really drop more than that. This is just so many players, so many strong players, that you almost need a perfect score to qualify.
Yeah, I agree with that. So you need to win the games where you have a big advantage or even slightly advantage, to save some of your points for the dark times that can come in the other games. So knight b6 has been played. Now it's a bit a different situation as we had on the board earlier, but very, very similar structure. Is now white is threatening to d8, but not quite. Not now, because then black's queen can get also very active and can give a check here on the c1 square. So I think that's what here white is calculating. Is it worth it to bring the rook on the back rank and allow black to give a check and then cover with the bishop? Bishop d1 can be the move out there, or white can also try to bring the queen and try to offer the queen trade, which is also another way to win the position when you have an extra exchange.
Yeah, definitely. Both of these were options, and what we see is that black on the back rank tied up, and just how powerful white's pieces are going to be once you trade the queens, the spin. I don't think that black can survive this exchange down and the white bishop coming in through bishop takes e5 or rook d7 now threatening on f7. So Minla is about to convert this into a full point. But you know who else is about to convert into a full point, Keti? Our FIDE master on 4 out of 4, Tobias Köhle. I don't know if you see the game on the list. Let me know if it's possible, because I think he's about to win yet another game.
I scored it. This is the player.
Tobias Köhle with the white pieces.
There we go.
Grandmaster from, FIDE master from Germany facing Grandmaster Dmitry Gordievsky. Tobias is already on 4 out of 4, and I think he's about to win yet another game. In this end game, he's up a pawn. I know it's still going to take some time, but it's up a pawn. He's got an H-pass pawn. The knight is perfectly placed on c5. So it's still going to take some maneuvering, some technique. But he's the only one who can win this game.
Absolutely. And look at his time. He can just make random moves here. Black can't really improve any better this position. And he can simply just win on the time. 40 seconds for black.
And the rook was dropped. That could have been a mouse slip, but the position was already tough and black was so low on time. Too many factors playing against Grandmaster Gordievsky. Tobias Köhle, FIDE master, beating Grandmaster after the other. He's on 5 out of 5.
Very impressive indeed. And this is a tournament where lower rated players, young players can have a chance to show their best and win some nice tournaments. So that's very impressive indeed. Shall we choose another game? How about this game? This looks so complicated.
It does look very complicated. Billy Kimba, Maxim Matlakov with the white pieces against Bean Screen. I don't know Bean Screen yet, but I think we're about to learn of our player here with the black pieces who's holding on. This is a very complex position here.
Yeah, it is a very complex position. Black is now thinking way too much. He actually dropped the time down to 1 minute. But white is struggling. Knight is now under attack. And if you move the knight away, then e4 pawn will be gone. So here we have knight to f3. Now the idea for white is that if you take my pawn with the queen, then I will just take your knight on b6, and I'm gonna get 2 pieces for a rook, which is a very good trade for the white. So there is a check which has been found here by black, and I wonder what happens after queen to a4 when black just captures this pawn here and plays that kind of endgame.
Yeah, that is a question. The e4 pawn is taken instead. Logical too, because the a4 pawn is not running away. So white gives up the rook for the 2 minor pieces, and we are expecting black to also capture on a4. The d6 pawn is hanging though, so maybe this wasn't in fact the best move order for black.
Yeah, and not very much impressed here with black's decisions. Also, he dropped here the time down to 17 seconds. He had a very good position, but the time was a big factor in here.
Yeah. A good fight nevertheless, and it's a national master, Zachary Tannenbaum from the United States, with a lovely Bean profile picture, very true to his name, who was putting up a good fight against one of the strongest players of the field, Maxim Matlakov. We have seen this, that the underdogs are doing pretty well. We have one of the underdogs leading the tournament, Tobias Köhle.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to be very much focused on his play in the next round. And Anna, we have here quite annoying endgame happening. Queen's endgame is something that I don't really like to play because it lasts forever. This is the move 94, and this is not the end yet because we have tons of the checks happening. But white is having extra 2 pawns.
And now the bar is saying mate in 11, but also once you get to give this check, this was crucial. We can show the very end why this is winning immediately, the black king is forced onto the g file, after which you can give a check on the g file, and you will trade your queen because your pawns, especially the a pawn, is running so fast that you will get a new queen.
Right, and this is the move 100 here. A7 could be the 100th move, so we missed a lot of moves there, a lot of queen moves there. And to be honest, Anna, what I have experienced in the queen endgame is that it doesn't matter how much moves I'm doing. If I'm losing the endgame, if I'm the one who has no pawn on the board, I'm gonna lose anyway in like 120 moves. So it's quite annoying to play queens end game. And here we have round 6 happening, and we have here Vladislav with 5 pieces against Maxim.
Yes, this is our top board, but we also have FIDE master Tobias Köhle among the 3 players, the only 3 players standing on a perfect score. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on Tobias's game as well, because it's impressive how he has been simply beating grandmaster after grandmaster, upsetting the odds for 5 rounds already.
Yeah, it's so impressive here from FIDE master from Germany. This is another player who is FIDE master from Germany and beating the grandmasters, and that's a very, very nice thing for German players. For sure, they are very much proud of their young generation. And here we have the King's Indian, where white decided to play f3 here to make sure that the pawn on e4 is well guarded by the pawn, and also in some cases white can start to push the pawn g4 h4, and that's why you need this pawn to be here on f3. Usually knight goes on f3, but white here chooses another setup. I believe that later on white can also do something like queen to d2, castle, try to trade the dark square bishop, and we might see here a beautiful attack with h4 h5.
Yeah, this is a very promising start, and already a minute of time advantage. Reminder on the format that there is no extra time. It's 10 minutes, no increment. So Tobias definitely seems to be very confident with his play. Shima Stream, by the way, is another grandmaster that we are familiar with also from chess.com's Pro Chess League, Alexander Shimanov.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we were calling him Shima as a shortened name. I think we're in the same age. We used to play a lot of tournaments, and yes, I know him quite well. But I didn't know that he was streaming. That's so nice to know. And he actually, I was so surprised to witness the situation that he plays King's Indian, and on move 5 he was actually taking 1 minute to deal with this continuation that Tobias brought on the board.
Interesting. One quick thing, Keti, I've just noticed that time advantage and all that. No time advantage, but a game that ended, our board 1 already has concluded in a draw. So the players decided that that was a result that was favorable to both of them. But that means that the only person that could have a perfect score is in this other game of ours between Shimanov and Köhle.
Yeah, this is very interesting situation. I think these 2 players might be a good friends. So it's always quite tough to deal at this kind of competitions, how to react with that. So they both give a try. They give a chance to each other to try with other people to try their best. So maybe one of these players will qualify. Maybe not. Maybe this can be a good decision. Maybe not. We're gonna learn about that in the very end of the competition. But now this game is very tense, as you mentioned, Anna. One of these players, if wins the match, can take a lead at the event.
Yes, this is definitely the key game of the round. Will we see the German FIDE master leaping through this field? I believe he's only 18 years old. So FIDE master, 18 years old, cruising through the field, beating grandmaster after grandmaster. Or will it be Shimanov with his experience who can stop him from winning game after game and just constantly going against the odds? He has been the underdog in every single game of this tournament, it feels like. Although his chess.com rating is really high. I need to point out that FIDE master, but 2664. So by rating on chess.com, he is the favorite.
He's the favorite.
But in terms of their titles in FIDE and classical chess, he is a FIDE master.
That's so well spotted, Anna, and so interesting point, because after all, this is the online tournament and you definitely need the skills of playing online. And I was thinking, like, when you mentioned about his age, I was like, but the COVID stole 2 years from him. But maybe not quite there, because during this pandemic time, we all started to play online chess, and maybe it was even better for this generation, as they are extremely strong at the online chess. And nowadays we have actually better prices in the online chess and better chances for the players than over the boards.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And there's so many online tournaments rose from the pandemic, from the lockdowns, and stayed because they are here to stay, because it is a cool thing that people from all over the world can join. They don't need to have the budget to travel, to be away from home. It's great that we now have both on-site events like the Chess Olympiad taking place right now in India, and we have online events like the ChesscomGlobal Championship, which will have an on-site final in Toronto. So that's a big one. In Canada, it's going to be a huge on-site final. I wonder if it's going to be like the Pro Chess League finals, where since it was an online tournament leading to an on-site final, they were playing on computers or laptops facing each other, proper esports conditions.
Yeah, that's what I also had in my mind. So I can't wait to see time when this comes to finals and we can all see. I really expect something huge happening, because it's a 1 million prize fund, and obviously it's gonna be a lot of fireworks happening for the chess in Canada. But before that happens, we're just having first steps right now. We still need to know last qualifiers from this phase who will compete for the best players who already qualified and who are also invited because of their rating, because of their title and the skills. So well, we have this position here, and it seems like, according to the evil bar, Black is having quite a comfortable situation and has a bit advantage on the board, and that can be the factor because of this pawn being a bit passive here, and there can be some kind of ideas like f5 to push pawn forward. Quite typical idea here in this kind of structure to challenge White's center.
Yeah. And again, the one thing that worries me is when I see the bar, okay, it went back to, I think, stable, but Tobias for a few seconds had a really poor connection and almost fully disconnection. That is a factor that's part of online chess. So hoping that it will not decide any of the critical games. And he has made a move since, so that's good news.
Yes. He made the move. He made bishop to f3 to guarantee that d4 pawn will not be hanging. And bishop to d7 has been played by Alexander here rather fast. And he tries to speed up here and catch up on time. White pushes the pawn f5. Now the threat is to push this pawn even farther to lock down this bishop on the dark squares, and then to try to even maybe push the pawn on h-file to open up the h-file. So here Black is thinking how to react, and he goes bishop to e5 to make sure that this bishop will not be passive on the back rank.
Yeah, all this it seems very logical, and yet such a complex position. It's pretty much 3 possible results. And just when I said that, did I jinx it for Tobias? The evaluation board doesn't like his bishop g4.
It's not the best move here, bishop g4, according to the engine. But first of all, the players are not the engines. Indeed, Alexander is a very strong grandmaster, and he can actually find the use of this move. But so far, I cannot really understand why this is so bad move, bishop to g4.
Yeah, I think the engine is saying that it's not the best because of the e4 pawn, but in order to win the e4 pawn, you need to trade your e5 bishop, that dark squared bishop, for the knight on c3. And honestly, for any human being that has emotions and fears, you don't really want to give up a fianchetto bishop that's guarding your king. It's such a strong bishop. To give it up in order to win the pawn, you need to be extremely confident that your king will not get into trouble.
Yeah, that's a very tough decision to make, indeed, Anna.
But he did it, actually. He took on c3 and he takes the pawn. So he is testing Tobias's pawn sacrifice.
Nice. So let's see. Bishop to h6 and another knight comes on d5. Those two knights look very scary to white species. And then what can be the next? You cannot take the f5 pawn. That can be too much, as the king will be exposed.
Yeah, but 2 extra pawns for Shimanov, and all he needs to do is to not get checkmated on the dark squares. That is, I think, something that Black should be able to accomplish, but he's the one with less time, and the position is still really sharp. He has to be very precise. So I think in terms of practical chances, White does have quite some practical chance to at least make it really complex.
I agree with that. So this pair of bishop and also the dark square weaknesses here on the king side. G5, that's an incredible move. And I suppose that's the best move by the engine here. Look at this. G5,
not an easy one to
beautiful.
play, but it keeps the king side closed and it shuts down the h6 bishop. I would definitely be slightly worried. Yes. Oh gosh, that too, because the bishop on h3 is trapped.
Right. Can I just push the pawn now forward and just drop the bishop here? Another thing here, Anna, is that Black can also bring the bishop into the action, bishop to c6, to try to activate the another piece. So, whoa. Here, Black played really fast, traded the knight, and another knight jumps on e4 square. Now knight g4 is a threat.
Ooh, pawn to d5 would open up the queen's diagonal, and the g3 pawn is hanging. Suddenly it is Black who is going for the attack against the king. And those bishops, queen d6, that bishop is trapped, and the only way you can save it is if you push your pawn to f6.
Then g4 can happen. Another bishop has a problem because they are just hanging bishop and the rook.
Yeah, it seems that the Grandmaster Shimanov with the black pieces will be the only Grandmaster so far who can stop FIDE Master Tobias Köhler from Germany, who has had so far an incredible tournament. And even like this, even if he loses this game here with the white pieces, he will still have a chance because he was leading with 5 out of 5. Yeah. So in an incredible tournament so far for Tobias. And Shimanov still needs to fully convert it. There could still be mouse slips, mistakes, and he's lower on time.
Yes, that's true, actually. And I was just thinking that the first board, which has ended in a few moves as a draw between Maxim and Kovalev, I think they're having now popcorn watching this game and saying like, okay, you do all the work, Shiva, then we're going to play against you. It's like no one really likes to play against young player, right? Because you can never expect anything from them.
Yeah, and they are hungry for success. They are hungry for upsetting the odds and beating the stronger players. Although, as we mentioned, Tobias does have a very high rating on chess.com. So definitely a strong, experienced online player. But in this game, he's now down a piece and his king is also getting into slight trouble. Both kings are somewhat vulnerable, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually true. And queen e6 was very important move here for black, as white was actually threatening some kind of checks there and might be also checkmating the end on g7 square. So black still needs to be alerted here with all the stress that white is just creating. And it's not that white is making simple moves here, but yeah, black is finding the best moves. Rook to b2 now attacks the pawn on g2, and this pawn can be gone by the check, and then knight can capture the pawn on g3 with a check and forcing white to give up a queen. So if black founds no move here, no precise move, this can be game over in few moves. For instance, and if white goes with like passive move rook to g1, then black can take this pawn with a pawn and open up the spot for the queen on a3, which will be the checkmate.
Yeah, and by trading on g2, now that's exactly what you have mentioned. G4 had to be played to block the diagonal of the queen and the bishop of black.
Right. So again, a lot of tension on the board. He goes with knight to g5, attacking the queen. Any trade here is a happy trade for black, as black is having extra piece on the board and will just decrease the tension on the board. If you don't trade the queen pieces, then queen has to move away. And in that case, black can actually give up this pawn and open up the file for the rook and start to give some checks.
Yes, it's looking very tough for Tobias, but there is still a slight hope for a mouse slip, I guess, at this rate. And just the fact that the black king does have a few issues on the back rank and also through the G file, if white can make it to the G file, but it's a lot of ifs, and with the extra piece and 2 minutes on the clock, I think Shimanov is going to convert it. And if he wins this game, he will be the only player on 6 points out of 6, the only player on a perfect score.
That's very impressive. 6 out of 6. Really nice start, although it's not over yet, as other players are just following him 5.5, and then a lot of players with 5 points. So queen to c5. You see how nice. He's never making just the moves. He always makes the moves with a threat. So queen f8 now is a checkmate threat in one move.
Yeah, but this check to promote the pawn, give up that queen, and according to our evaluation bar, it's forced mate in 7.
Rook e1 is the first move, and queen e2 can be the second move. And you have to give a checkmate, Anna, otherwise there will be the checkmate for white, for black here, as queen to f8 is a serious threat.
This is maybe not the shortest way to mate, but black is still obviously completely winning. Thanks so much, by the way, everyone, for the kind words in the chat. We truly appreciate your comments, your feedback, your thoughts, and also feel free to send questions our way, because we are here to see if we can answer those questions when the game is not this much heated up, that the white king, is it getting checkmated? Where is the mate?
That's the question, right? That can be the question. Where's the mates, Anna and Keti? Oh, there can be something like connected with bishop to c6, Anna, and then d4, but black goes with bishop to g4 and takes yet another pawn.
Rook to e3, but the bar says mate in 2.
Queen e4. Queen e4. Queen
yeah, queen e4 should be played, or bishop f3. There certainly was something even faster, but it doesn't really matter in how many moves you checkmate, as long as you checkmate.
True. h5. Ooh. Just to make sure that there will be no checkmate on the back rank and the king has some space here. And just pass the move. You spend some time here. Give me your time to use. And here for sure, black is using white's time to find some ways.
It's a very brave king going to g3, and now Tobias resigns. Again, an impressive tournament so far for the German FIDE master, who is still, of course, in the hunt for the qualification spots. But for now, the only player on a perfect score is Grandmaster Shimanov, who has just won this game. Very important game against Tobias.
Yeah, indeed, very important game as Shimanov now is leading 6 out of 6, losing no game so far. She must be very confident. And now this is yet another very impressive game. Oh, Queen blunder!
What was that? But where was Gladiator's queen going?
Oh, he planned all of these, and there is one nasty move
sacrificed?
right now. Knight h5, I think.
Oh,
is
okay.
94.
Goodness me. He gave us a heart attack because it felt like it wasn't on purpose, but he wanted to give up the queen to then promote the f pawn. But he didn't see that this wasn't as good because rook g7 was a counter check. Rook g5, he must have calculated, but then, oh gosh,
94 was not the most accurate one.
Yeah, there was queen g1 instead of 94, and black was winning, but now black is no longer winning.
Can I just take this? There's a check, but there was no way to take. No, it's winning as rook g2 attacks the queen. There's no check.
Oh,
And then you're gonna take the rook on g7, or there's a queen h8.
This game has had it all. Black was winning, and then black was losing. White is now completely winning, but they are very low on time.
Seconds on the clock. Even this is not the end yet, and black can still try to continue to play. Yeah, there's too passive. Another piece has been lost, and there's a checkmate. What a game.
I think we should show that moment, Keti, because it happened so fast. So white gave up the queen on h6 on purpose to then promote on f8 with a check, but rook g7 is a counter check, and the rook g5, this is probably what white calculated. But here, not 94, but queen g1 check would have been probably the killer move for black. Although even after that, there's knight g2. This was such a mess.
I was thinking about knight to h5, Anna, here, as you can take with the rook.
Yeah.
You cannot take with the rook, and then you want to take this knight with a check, right? So where the king goes, you cannot take with a knight. Rook is hanging. I was really surprised to see knight to f4 happening.
Could have been, yeah, either knight h5 or queen g1. It feels like something was there in the air that was missed by Minla. So it's a heartbreak for all the fans of Wonderful Time. But a big turnaround of events for Gladiator with the white pieces. This was, I believe, the last game of round 6. We're going to take a quick break. And when we are back, we're going to continue with the last 3 rounds of this very exciting Swiss format of Chess.com's Global Championship. Don't go anywhere because it's $1 million at stake and the qualification to the big field with former World Chess Champions and the full-time streamer Hikaru Nakamura already confirmed. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Chess.com's Global Championship. This is one of the final play-in phases, and we are in round 7, where we have witnessed so many crazy, exciting games, upsets, FIDE Masters having a great tournament, but the only player, the only Grandmaster standing on perfect score is Grandmaster Shimanov, who is now facing Maxim Chigayev here with the black pieces. Keti, what are your thoughts on the first 6 rounds so far? And would you expect Shimanov to win it all? Or will some of the other players behind on 5.5 points or 5 have a chance to take it from him?
That's a very good question, Anna. I also had a question to you prepared.
The counter question.
Do you think that we might see here another early draw or easy draw or whatever draw, friendly draw in between these 2 players? Because Maxim and Alexander, I believe, are very similar age, and they might be also friends. And they are also from the same country, as I remember. So, what do you think about that situation?
I guess for Shimanov, since he's the only one on 6 out of 6, he wouldn't mind a draw. But for Fandarin, Maxim Chigayev, he cannot keep drawing all his games, or like he cannot keep drawing many games out of the opening, because now he's trailing. He actually needs to beat Shimanov in order to get that spot from him. So I think he is playing for a win because of this tournament situation. If they were on the same points, maybe it would be more likely, I think.
Yeah, I also share this opinion, as Maxim cannot really handle another draw, as then someone has to stop Shimanov, and probably he wants to stop it by himself. Although here, Anna, as we have 2nd and 3rd place is also given another chance to qualify, maybe for these players. They are very practical players and very, very experienced players. So they can also just see if the things goes wrong. Maybe here they will not just go very deep and just make a draw to then fight for the 2nd and 3rd places to have another chance later today to qualify in the match.
True. And speaking of which, we could bring up our format to show what you have just mentioned, Keti, how our first place, that's a immediate qualification, but the 2nd and 3rd place player of today's Swiss format. So 3 more rounds, and we will know who are the 2 players who will play a mini match of 2 games, same time control for the qualification spot. And in case there is no decisive result, or in case it's a 1-1, 1 win each after the 2 games, we will see an Armageddon where we actually have a really exciting new rule about the time control. The lower bid gets black, which means in Armageddon, the player with the black pieces has draw odds. And you would often see 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, 7 minutes for white, 5 minutes for black, that kind of time disadvantage, but it's compensated with the draw odds for black. But here, the idea is that both players will bid and say how much time are they willing to give up to get the draw odds. And last Friday, we actually saw a big one. Oh, Keti, you were right. That they will not risk much, and they decided the draw was just as good.
And we kind of had a sense that this can happen, right?
Yeah, you know it. I was expecting that they were gonna play, but they weren't gonna take big of a risk. It seems that Fandarin didn't see that big of an opportunity in this position. If anything, it seems like Shimanov was already out of any trouble and maybe slightly better according to our evaluation bar.
Right. At the point A4 was played and was offered a draw, so Black was taking some time to just evaluate the position, look for the chances here, and he should be actually the one who's happy now, as he still keeps the leader's position and there's less rounds going on. And also it makes sense for me from White's perspective here to slow down a little bit and then just wait for Shimano in this case to, lost his game with another player. So let the others do the dirty job, and he can also have a rest. This is their strategy, right? And it can work, it cannot work. We're gonna just see this in the end of the match. But yeah, let's switch to the other game. I have here Danchenko and of Vladislav Kovalev. And we also have another very interesting matches, Anna, here, as Liam Lee plays against Last Gladiator, who is also showed a very nice skills. And we have to see also the check out how Tobias is doing, as we have not seen him for the last 2 games.
Indeed, Last Gladiator's game was one of the last one to finish in the previous round against Wonderful Time, and that was a win for Last Gladiator, who is Aydin Suleymanli from Azerbaijan. Another one of those young players that are here hungry for success. I believe he's only 16 or 17 years old still, and he's fighting for the qualification spot, Aydin. Against
and as I remember,
Mm-hmm.
As I remember, this is the player from Azerbaijan, youth player, who put up a really nice fight in the match when we had last week with David Bruce. Ralph Mamadierov played against Suleymanli, and Ralph was really lucky to win the match. As he was a bit stressed, and he's also mentioned in the interview that it was not easy to play against young participant who he knows very well, who they trained very well. Yes, and also the age factor was something that he actually mentioned, and I was really, really surprised that usually players are not pointing out this kind of like their fears, but he did mention that. But he was too happy, and he was telling us everything. So in the interview, it was really impressive from his side, and so he's now trying another tournament. He's trying to qualify Last Gladiator, and we have seen quite impressive game in the previous round.
Yeah, a very chaotic game they had, Minle against Last Gladiator, and Last Gladiator came out on top of that crazy final situation. Now, will Lekman Glian be able to stop Aydin from proceeding to the qualification spot or not? Lekman for sure is the more experienced player. We already have mentioned he's a former World Rapid champion, and winning the World Rapid Championship ahead of players like Magnus Carlsen is not that simple. So certainly a very impressive curriculum, but can he do a miracle when it looks like Black is better here? Gladiator's doing great.
Yeah, he has very active knights on c4 and c3. And I was actually thinking, Anna, for sure, Liam is playing at the Olympiad. He's a member of the Vietnamese national team. I think he's the first rated player. Do you think that he's taken a break, day off from Olympiad, Savan just replaces him and he gives a try to play this tournament?
Yes. Yeah, it has to be the case, because you're right. He is the #1 player of Vietnam, and he's right here, right now in our playing phase, as the Olympiad is also being played right now, right here, but in India. Right now, right here, broadcast by chess.com. That is a great point, and that brings the question, did he ask for a day off? Because every team consists of 5 players for 4 boards. So you can, and everyone will at some point have a day off if they want to. Depending on how well you're doing, you may have many or few day offs. But it would be interesting to know if he plays for the 2nd place and we get an interview, that's something to talk to, that's something to ask him about, because it's interesting that he's playing both events.
That's right. And also, Anna, we have to mention right now and make it very clear, if Chesscom ever organizes a tournament overboard and the online at the same time, that one player can play at the tournament over the board, and also online. That was our suggestion and our idea. So and now we need the rights for that kind of.
Yeah, we are claiming it.
Ever.
It's the Keti Anna variation of online and on-site chess together, but both players need to play simultaneously in both. I think that's fair.
Yes, that's it. Just to be very clear about that. Now let's go back to this game. Black has very nice position here as the bishop on d3 just divides the board in the half, and Black has this extra pawn on the queen side, and another extra pawn looks to be on the king side, although it's not an extra, and White has just double pawns here on f-file. So now the idea of winning and improving the position can be to occupy the b file. That's the open file that Black can control right now without any challenges.
It does seem to be what Black was ready to do. So bishop f4 stops the rook from taking the b file, but Black finds a different route. Now the rook from the 5th rank could swing over to b5 or support the pawn on the king side, h5. Oh, is Vietnam not playing? Sente saying in the chat. That would be surprising because normally they do participate. At the chess
even
Olympiad.
have very tough team. Also in the female, in the female section. All right, I thought only Team China and Team Russia was missing from the Olympiad, and 2 of us, but
we are not there. Everybody else is there. Well, honestly, most of the players are there.
Right. It's just some of unique chess people are not there.
Sente is saying that they sent a women's team, but not the open team. Interesting. Maybe not. Sometimes not. Sometimes the players are not available if they had a clash with other events, but it's strange with such an important tournament as the Chess Olympiad. If anyone knows more about it, feel free to tell us in the chat. But for now, what we are focusing on is whether or not being at the Olympiad will help Black Van Gliam qualify when he's in such a tough endgame. It's hard to not lose this when Black spaces are so active.
Yeah, Black spaces are so active, and it can actually affect on time, as Blacks can have more moves. You don't have to struggle to find a move, and when you are struggling to find a move, then you're losing on time, losing some time on the clock, right? So Black's plan here can be very easy, like bring the king g6 on the light squares, of course, not to be checked by the bishop, then to just improve the position of this rook as well. You can do something like rook a2 or rook e2, and then rook b5, rook b2 in this way. And it's just easier to play here with Black, indeed.
Certainly. We will definitely keep an eye on this endgame, and we could also check in the meantime. Is any of the other games still on between the tournament leaders? Or I think Kovalev is still playing against Anton Demchenko. So Shimaev and Fandorin, Maxim Chigayev, the first and second player, they drew against each other in a fairly short game. And this, what is happening? Knight d6.
They just came on the right time.
Knight d6.
Good timing. So the idea is to trade the knight for the bishop, but to ruin the pawn structure of Black. But Black says, like, whatever, I have a nice knight on d4 and I'm going to control the whole board with that. Well, Anna, there is a way to get rid of the knight, something like f4 and bishop to f2. He just chooses to guard the pawn on b3. So now the threat is to take a5 pawn with the queen.
And that's quite a big threat because it doesn't seem like Black has any way to prevent it unless Black finds some counter chances on the king side with moves like knight e2 to try to annoy White's pieces. But certainly a tough one for Kovalev, who has already had quite a few of these not very pleasant positions, but he somehow manages to survive them, and is here now on 5 points out of 6.
Oh, right, G5. He has
he's brave.
to go all in. I think that's what he
That's
says.
brave.
Right. Well, his idea is to play H5, H4, I guess.
Yeah.
Or just in some way to push the pawns forward, but he does something different now. Brought the knight back on C6. Can be like he was just against F4 move. And at this point, maybe he will not push kingside pawns forward anymore.
Yeah, it is true that after F3, bishop F2, that kingside threat and trapping the bishop, that's definitely gone. G4 would still be an attempt to try to open up the king's side, because Kovela badly needs some kind of an aggressive counter chance here, being down a pawn, and being down now second pawn, the D6 pawn has dropped too.
Wow, this is getting more and more shaky here. Queen G5 can be played next as H5 pawn now is hanging with a check. Quite tough decision now to be made. I think to look for the chances, Black has to complicate the position when G takes F3, give up the H5 pawn with a check, and then just hope that while White will recapture this back and allow your rook to be more active, Black is thinking here how to deal with this pawn attack on H5.
There's a few ways to defend it and a few to ignore it, such as G takes F3, which was a choice of Vladislav.
Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. I thought that G3 was there the move that White would play here to make sure the White's king is fine. But what about the Black's king here? Black's king is also just by itself here on the king side, and there was Rook G1 move. Rook G1 still is on the board. You can trade this rook and just guarantee yourself a safe position.
Yeah, that one, or Rook D3. I'm a bit puzzled by that choice, but White's position is just so advantageous with 3 extra pawns that you don't have to play the top move of the engine to convert it.
True. Bishop to G3 increases the pressure on E5 pawn. Maybe later on White will play Rook to D5 just to take another pawn here and just increase the chances here to win. There is another check and also Rook D7 kind of ideas. So Black just try to control those square with the queen.
Queen A3, Black is trying. The only hope that is to try to get to the White king, even if it's for the threat of a perpetual check on the second and back rank.
Right. And Rook to D2, I like this safety. Oh.
Botas
gambit alert. Yeah.
That could have been a mouse slip. I think it actually was it a mouse slip? The position was lost regardless, so it's not the move that lost the game. But Queen E3 is definitely what Vladislav wanted to play.
Yeah, yeah, probably. But also sometimes you just don't see the pieces when you are just playing too many games and there is a lot of tension on the board. So yeah, well, here we have this game.
Oh, it's still on. Next one game against the Last Gladiator.
This is this gonna be flagging situation.
But then they repeat it 3 times. It's hard to even tell whether it's threefold repetition or not, because you don't have the time to just continuously be checking it. The position is a draw, so it is a fair result, and there was no flagging involved in this opposite colored bishop endgame. So both for Lekwan Gliam and Last Gladiator, this is still a chance to play for the qualification spot. I think these have been all the games from round 7, and we are about to start the penultimate round.
Yes, so we're gonna see the next round happening right now, starting the games. And I recently had a very similar situation when we had this kind of position, and I was surprised that my opponent flagged. But now we have a lot of on the stake, and let's once again bring up the prize fund for this very event, as the winner gets $850 and also guarantees 5K in the next phase. And also we have a prize for highest non-title player, that's for $300. Quite nice prize indeed for those who has no title but can still fight their best and compete the tournament.
Keti, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we already have a result. She might have played d4, offered a draw, and Maxim Matlakov accepted it, it seems. Wow, shortest game of the day. D4 draw. Not even a Berlin draw, just D4 draw.
No, I thought there was a different short draws that people like to do. You know, Anna, what I'm gonna do when this broadcast is over, I'm going to see in the database if we have, how many games do we have which ended after one move. Like one move was made and it was offered to be draw. So it's this research I want to do. Maybe we just witnessed something very unusual.
Yeah. For Shimaev, of course, it makes Shimanov, Grandmaster Shimanov with the white pieces is the Grandmaster who made this first move and offered a draw. And for his standings, it makes perfect sense because he is half a point ahead of the field. But there's one more round to go. So will his strategy pay off that he played two quick draws in this round and the previous? Will this work for him? Depends. Everything will depend on the last round and also on this round's other results, because people can catch him. They can catch up now that he made another draw.
Right. And Anna, who's the closest person who can catch up with him? So we can just go and check out his game.
Yeah, 3 players are on 6 points. So if any of those 3 players wins, they will tie for first place. That's Fandarin, Anton Demchenko, and Pavlov Sergey. That's an international master we haven't talked about yet. But now we have a clash between Sergey Pavlov and Fandarin. That's Maxim Chigayev.
Right. So we have these two players fighting against each other. So this is very good pairings for Shimanov, as two of his closest rivals are playing against each other, and they might lose both of them point if they make a draw, or one of those players would advance and one will go down. So we cannot really expect too much at this point. We can't just evaluate this position as it's just a beginning. But here, Black, I think, solved all the problems and all the issues, and have just a pleasant position, just slightly better position.
Yeah, seems very comfortable for Black, and definitely if anyone can play this for some kind of a tiny advantage, it might be Black, because of the very comfortable structure. The G7 bishop is targeting the D4 pawn, even if not directly yet, but it's a very well placed piece for it. The rook on the open E file, that's the only open file, and Black's rook has it under control. So a few tiny factors that make this position comfortable, more comfortable for Black, but not that big of a deal when it comes to, will this turn into a bigger decisive advantage? Of course, it's an early stage, but two of these players, as we mentioned, both of them, if any of them win, they share first place. So a huge game for both of them. And the third player that can catch Shimanov is Anton Demchenko. I'm just going to keep an eye on his game too on the side to see if there will be any surprises and a new shared first place.
Right. As he's playing also, maybe we can just switch right away, as the position is very interesting, as both of them decided to castle on the long side. A lot of games are happening where both players are going that direction. And also Demchenko's opponent is Oparin Grigory, who's very, very creative chess player and the grandmaster. And itself, the character of the position is quite complicated because we don't know how the attack will go on the queen side. Both kings are there, and it's also not so easy, Anna, to play these kind of structures which are not so familiar to you and has not played too often. I'm sure they might be the familiar to this structure, but can't be played all the time here. As black could decide is to castle on the short side, white could also decide to castle on the short side. But as the tournament is getting close to the end, I think both players just wanted to risk a little bit and to get a point here.
Yeah, because only with a win you actually have some chances, especially for Oparin on 5.5 points. You definitely have to play for a win to get a chance, because first place qualifies, so that's guaranteed, and the second and third will play a mini match of 2 games. One of them, the winner of the mini match, will qualify. So only 2 players can and will qualify from today's play-in phase to the big field with the overall $1 million prize fund for Chess.com's Global Championship. So many titled super grandmasters have already been confirmed as invited players that accepted the invitation, including former world champions like Vichy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, including Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Dingler, and World Championship challengers, and including a full-time streamer, Hikaru Nakamura, in the field. So quite a stellar field, fighting for $1 million in prizes, and a live final event in Toronto, Canada for November.
That's the event that we're gonna keep the eyes on for sure, and already can't wait to see how it's gonna be looking and who's gonna win the first prize, $200,000. And also, we're talking about the first prize, Anna, but also the second prize is very impressive. It can be the total budget of the big events, $100,000, and then third and the fourth places gonna get 50,000. I just realized, never mentioned and read out these numbers.
Yeah, they are huge. Huge
huge
prices indeed. So just by qualifying to the event, you are guaranteed at least $5,000 in prizes on top of what you're earning today.
That's actually true. And by every point here, by every win, by every draw, you're getting close to get to the next phase, to qualify to the very strong field in it. But that's a chance, and of course, chess players are looking for the chances all the time. So let's get back to this game. This is very tense position, and now we can see that white is starting to rook lift on the 4th rank. White wants to get this rook on the 4th a4 to start to attack the pawn on a7. Black went against that, but white still finds a way to annoy the pawn on a7. Here, black might play queen to b6, actually has been played, and this goes really, really smoothly. I thought that some crazy tactics could happen, but they're training way too much pieces.
Yeah, it suddenly has become a bit more positional than what I also would have expected. It seemed like the position was about to explode. Still, there's, of course, quite some danger, but it feels like there is no immediate tactics, and black should be doing fine, in fact. Now that the king on c7 is somewhat safer. We could also quickly go back to Fandorin's game against Sergei Pavlov. If you're happy with that, Keti, since they are the other 2 players that have a chance to catch the first place, share first place with Shimanov. In case of a win, either of these players will tie for first place.
Right, and itself the position is so equal, but still some crazy things can happen here. Time is very important component, and white has a bit low time, just 1 minute difference here. structure itself, the pawn structure, is quite funny. And how to evaluate this position? Usually you are trying to evaluate the position with these pawns, and as white has the pawn on d4 as same color as the bishop, his bishop and your bishop, it means that your bishop attacks this pawn and his bishop is a bit passive. And your isolated pawn on d5 for now is safe, and there's no piece to attack it. It makes just slightly better position for black, just very, very little, but not something that white should be worried about and to start to make some crazy moves here indeed.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's more pleasant, but doesn't seem to be that decisive. Of course, it is white who has to defend very well here, and also not to crack under time pressure, because a reminder that it is a 10-minute rapid game without increment, the format of today's playing phase. So it does matter that Van der Rijn has a slight advantage in the position, but also on the clock situation.
That's right. And Anna, there was a bit inaccuracy here with queen to c5. Even the position is so dry, you don't have much of the ideas here. One inaccuracy can change a lot, and then you will not have the time to fix it. Another draw offer happened in the game from white. Sergey offered a draw. I don't really know at what point he offered a draw, but it was declined by Van der Rijn, and it clearly shows the spirit of Maxim that he wants to win this game. He cannot go for now. He will not have another chance, right? Maybe he was waiting for this one.
Is his chance, and he will play on to try to play for a win. Positional advantage. This is already actually, whoa! I don't exactly know what happened while we were discussing the draw offer, but what I see now that it's a huge advantage already. So the last few moves, white has made more than a slight inaccuracy, meaning that black should have an near immediate win with a move like rook c2, getting to the second rank, attacking the bishop, but also attacking through the f2 pawn, the king side itself. Such a dangerous position. The d4 pawn is vulnerable. I think Sergey might have missed a thing or two in this very, very tense situation where he was on the defensive side and also having all this time pressure. 3 minutes, nearly 2.5, nearly 3 minutes of time advantage is a big deal in a 10-minute rapid game.
It is, Anna. And here this rook gets on the second rank. Now we have a bit different pawn structure, and d4 pawn is even bigger weakness. But what's also a weakness is the king here. Like black can always play something like queen to, now after bishop c3, queen to c6 to hit this bishop and prefer e3. So white was struggling to find the square for the bishop. White had 4 squares for this bishop, and I think out of 4-2 was extremely bad, as this pawn was also hanging. But after queen to c6, now the threat is to take, first of all, the bishop on c3, but also to push the pawn forward with a check, and then you can take f2 pawn. So this is just a winning position in that case. If white can't find anything against queen to c6, that's going to be tough. Although black has not made a move yet. He's not in rush to play this move.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking to evaluate whether after queen c6, rook e3 to block the pawn and guard the bishop might be still holding on a little bit. Another way to bring the queen in would be through the f5 to attack f2 and head toward f3. So he plays queen f5. It seems to be decisive. Again, the bar is very convinced, but also if you only look at the pieces, easy to understand. Bishop h6, what a beautiful move. If you capture the bishop, it's checkmate in 2 with queen f2, queen h2.
It is a checkmate here, indeed, and this is a deflection move, bishop to h6. So with that move, you are claiming that even I'm going to checkmate you, or I'm going to win a piece here. So we had a resignation.
Very convincing win by Grandmaster Maxim Chigayev Fandorin, that is. And with that win, Fandorin is now in the lead, has caught up with Shimanov. So Shima Stream and Fandorin, the two of them go into the final round with a shared first place. I am guessing if they haven't played against each other, Keti, if they have not played against each other, this is going to be the game of the round and the game of the tournament.
Maxim and Shimanov?
Have they played? Actually, did
they made a draw?
Oh man, I was hoping that that's the last one, but you are right. They already drew in an earlier round.
They haven't played. That's why you didn't remember the game.
Yeah, they didn't really play it. Anyway, it's gonna be very exciting, and we also will need a bit of information on the tie-break system in case there's a tie for the first place, because we have a playoff for the second place, but what happens in case of a tie for the first place?
That's indeed a good question.
Oh, actually, yeah, as our team is pointing at, thank you so much for the insider information in our ear. We already can see the tiebreak points. My eyesight is not good enough to notice that we already have it on the screen. It's next to the points. So in case of a tie, Fandorin has the better tiebreak score as of now, which is their Berger Sonnenborg, I believe. So bad news for Shimanov that with the last two rounds being peaceful draws, he actually may not be in a good position here. Of course, still a good chance, but he's no longer leading.
Actually, a lot of things can be changed in the last round. We all have been experienced how Bugles can be crucial to the chess players and to our performances for the last round. So yet anything is like, I kind of feel that this format that we have now with these tie breaks and also with the matches and the Armageddon of beating Armageddon, it's so tense and it increases more tension, and it's very good for the viewers, and it's a lot of challenges there and quite unusual for a chess tournament, right? So that's very impressive to have this kind of regulations here, but still with Bugles, I would never trust.
Yeah,
had very bad experiences.
Exactly. So both Buchholz and the Sonneborn Berger, that's the first tie-break system for our Swiss. That also depends on how well your opponent are doing even in just the last round, because you get their points. If you beat them, you get all their points for the calculation, and if you drew, it's given half of their points. And if you lost against one of those players with many points, well, that's bad luck because you get 0 for your tie breaks.
Yeah, and that's indeed a bad luck. What is Liam having in this position is also not so good luck as he's down the queen for a rook and the knight. White also has an extra pawn on the king side. So, and also another pawn now is under attack, e6 pawn. If this pawn is gone, then white will have just risk-free position. And also the time is comfortable for black as well. And he makes still one of the last moves here. So there will be some checks and then the capture of the e6 pawn. And black, unfortunately, has not much of the tools, just one tool that I can see here is the blunder of the fork, like if white blunders the queen.
Yeah, and that means that Le Quang Liam will most likely suffer yet another defeat. It has not been the best of tournaments for Le. His opponent, Infernal, is Grandmaster Pavel Pankratov, I believe. 6.5 points is a good result, but as you see, it's 7 points that 2 of the players already have. So 7 points for now is a leading score, but the second and third place players will face each other in a playoff for the second qualification spot. So the final round, that will decide everything, Keti, as you said, everything. Their own results, but also for the tie break points. The last round can change things around.
Last round is so important and quite challenging for many players, including myself, as there are a lot of nerves, a lot of things happening, a lot of stake. I had double queen on the board.
Wow.
In fact, it was a checkmate, beautiful checkmate here. And
Very
that was
pretty.
nice victory here for Pankratov.
And also in this very moment, Anton Demchenko's game finished in a draw. Anton was trying to win in the end game because if he had won, then he also would be sharing first place. So it was a crucial game for Demchenko, but he couldn't convert the end game. His opponent, Grigory Oparin, defended well. And that's a draw, meaning that he's on 6.5 points together with Billy Kimba and a few more players, Pankratov and Sattarov.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we also saw the last of the wonderful time versus two queens. He started so nicely. He had such a vibes here. He was also in the chat at the very beginning. But yeah.
This has been definitely a lot of ups and downs and turn-off events. For some of the players, they are happy it shared first place, and others like Minle and like Huang Liang, they were some of the favorites for today's event, but I think they no longer, unfortunately for them, they no longer have a chance to qualify. Soon we will be moving over on Twitch to the main channel of chess.com. So I sure hope you're following both Chesscom Live and twitch.tv/chess, as the Olympiads round of today is close to an end. We will be transitioning our broadcast to there, but just make sure that you keep an eye on both channels for future events too. It's useful.
Yeah, because you guys have two eyes.
Exactly.
You can divide them.
Exactly. Yeah, and while we are getting into this final round of the games, let's just remind our viewers on who are some of the grandmasters that already qualified from previous events of the play-in phase, including Gata Kamsky, one of the most experienced players of the field, including Jospem, Jose Martinez, with a huge fan base on Twitch. These have been some of the earlier playing phases, and we also have, I believe, a few more slides to show to you from other weeks for later of the show. But after bishop to b3 here, this is a very traditional, typical Rui Lopez position where a bishop e6 is the standard move. You gotta counter the light squared bishop of white and offer a trade of bishops.
Yes, to have a stir competition between two bishops. Have you ever had a stir competition with your sister? Because we know you have a sister.
Yes.
Which you play the chess a lot.
Yes. Maybe I don't remember if the staring competitions would be during or in between chess games, but we certainly played a lot of chess against each other. And the staring contest, I guess that's everyone's childhood game at some point. If you don't have anything around, who's gonna blink first?
Yeah, I have also a brother like 1 year old younger than me, but yeah, we were not challenging, but I was challenging myself. It was really weird, Anna. From chess classes, I was going home by metro in Tbilisi, and between these stations I was just staring at the I don't know, windows, and I was not blinking the eyes before the next station stop.
Oh,
so I don't know,
you trained yourself for the no blink contest. I see.
Yes.
So Keti is not only a woman grandmaster, but also a staring contest grandmaster at this rate. Well, yes. I'm not going to challenge you, Keti. Now I know.
Don't. I've trained for years. That's why I cannot see now the score of the of some of the players. So you guys never go with the crazy contests and never challenge yourselves with these kind of things. But back then when I was a kid, I really liked it. I really liked this strange competition.
I see. How about white challenging black's pawn structure with a4? Is that as challenging as your staring abilities?
That's better. That is better. And black says, I have nothing here to do with you, and I prefer to be pushed on b4. As now, if white decides to take this pawn, Anna, then black's bishop or knight will be happy to have a beautiful outpost on b4, and black will have very strong center. So white ignores that indeed, and now black is the one who can decide to open up the b file or first to fight for it. Rook b8 has been indeed in fact played, and now it's a threat to take the pawn on c3. Queen would be hanging, and if you take with the queen, then d4 wins a piece in that case. So queen c2 here makes a sense to be out of the pin here on b file.
And van der Rijn again is the one with the slight upper hand. A reminder that both him and Grandmaster Shimanov, so Maxim Chigayev, aka van der Rijn, and Alex Shimanov, that is Shima Stream, the two of them are on 7 points out of 8. This is the final round. One of these grandmasters might be the one that qualifies directly, because the first place is immediate qualification to the main event. And the second and third place player of today's Swiss format, so this is in this very last round, everything will be decided. The second and third will play a match against each other, a mini match, and that will decide who will qualify out of the two. So only 2 players in the end of the day will make it to the main event, where the stakes are high, $1 million in prize fund. That's crazy.
This is crazy. So a lot of things are happening right now in this player's mind. They have to deal with this position also. There's no chance that they're not thinking about winning the best prize at the competition, because it gives you a motivation. As a chess player, I always had a goal to win something, so it was my motivation, and all the players have such a thing. I'm sure you also had when you were competing the tournaments, Anna. And here we have this very interesting game. Anton Danchenko being very aggressive and attacking the king side of Shimanov's pieces. And but the engine says it's all right. We're handling it. It's so bad, but for a human perspective, I kind of feel like white is having slightly better position.
Indeed, it seems at least more comfortable, and also it does look like white's potential attack on the king side is pretty scary. At the same time, with this queen and bishop battery on the b8 h2 diagonal, you also don't really want to be moving too much away your pieces, like the knight on g3 that's blocking nicely the diagonal. I like c4 because it challenges the knight and questions where will it go. Do you jump to f4 to force the trade of that knight for the bishop of white? Or do you try to keep it on the board, but you can't really go to b6, that steps into a fork, so you have to go to b4, but then it can be further chased away? Or do you just try to go back to e7 to keep it near the king? Decision time. Oh, Keti, I think I lost you for a second. At least you have turned into the dark side. I hope I'm going to recover my co-host in a moment. But in the meantime, let me greet everybody tuning in on the main channel of chess.com. We have now moved over to the big stage now that the broadcast of the Chess Olympiad has been concluded for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. And now what you are watching is another one of the big events, because it's $1 million at stake in chess.com's global championship. This is the final round, playing phase, final round. And the game that we have been observing earlier was the game of one of the leaders, Grandmaster Alexander Shimanov, here with the black pieces, and with the white pieces, Anton Danchenko. As you can see, Danchenko is on 6.5 points, half a point behind the leader. So Anton needs a win in order to jump to the first spot. And van der Rijn's game is the other one that we will need to keep an eye on. I think we'll be just switching between those two games, to be fair. So Billy Kimba versus van der Rijn is the other key game for the first place. Now, Fundarin and Shima Stream, that's Maxim Chigayev Fundarin. Shima Stream is Alex Shimanov. Both of them grandmasters. They already played against each other. That's why in the last round, you see them facing other opponents. So if we just switch briefly to the game of Fundarin against Billy Kimba, Maxim Matlakov is Billy Kimba with the white pieces playing against Fundarin, Maxim Chigayev. I hope we could switch to that game while Keti makes her way back so that we can check in on how is Fundarin doing. The current situation is pretty balanced, I would say. A queen and a pair of knights each, equal material, very similar pawn structure. I would predict a draw as a result. Anything can happen though. Of course, this is rapid chess with no increment. So 10 minutes, no increment. And the Fundarin is the one who is slightly lower on time. When it comes to rapid chess with no increment, it will, of course, matter the time pressure. And you can also, obviously, lose on time if you don't hurry up. King h7 was played. I think the position is very solid, so I'm not expecting any fireworks here. But we have seen mouse slips. We have seen blunders, even by grandmasters. So there's always a chance. But I would say this is the more quiet game. This could be heading toward a draw. For Fundarin, a draw could still be the first place, to be fair, if Shimanov doesn't win his game. So if we go back to Shimanov, because that's the crazier position, Shimanov with the black pieces, if we just bring that game up again to see how is the other leader of the tournament doing, Anton Demchenko going for the kingside attack. That queen on h5 is well positioned to give a scare to that king on g8. Now, luckily for black, the bishop on f5 is a key defender, the knight on d7, taking control of the f6 square, where there could have been a potential piece sacrifice, knight f6 check. And I think this is still something that white might be trying to set up with queen h4, forcing black to decide whether to take the bishop on c1 or retreat. After the trade on c1, suddenly white will have all of his pieces developed. That bishop on c1 was undeveloped, and now you got rid of it. So white is really happy here. This is a huge position for Demchenko, who could be the hero of this round. If he wins, he might share first place together with Fundarin, who seems to be heading toward a draw. So this is a key game. If Shimanov survives, he's keeping his first place. If he doesn't survive, Demchenko will be the new leader of the tournament together with Fundarin. That would be my guess. But maybe this knight g3, according to the board at least, is not the most accurate. I wonder what was the better move instead of knight g3. It didn't feel like there was anything forcing with knight f6 or such. So it could have been simply the fact that the knight was doing well enough on e4 and you didn't have to regroup the knight. But it is such a complex position with time advantage too for white. I still think that for Shimanov, this is a tough one. And remember that he drew his previous two games. They were quick draws. And we were wondering with Keti whether that will be the right strategy, because he was leading, but the draws gave a chance to other players to catch him. And we shall see. This last game is the all-decisive last game. First place immediately qualifies to the main event of Chess.com's Global Championship for $1 million at stake. And the second place will play a mini match today, right after this round, against each other. Second place and third place will have a mini playoff for one qualification spot. Let's see if after this move, knight g6 and queen d4. Oh, sorry, we are going back for a second to the other leader's game. Fundarin is defending here this position, I think, well. If anything, is this an improvement? Well, it still is very balanced, offering a knight trade to get rid of the very strong knight of white. It's an annoying piece for sure. On f5, you want to challenge it, and there was no way of pushing g6 because that will weaken h6. So knight e7 is the correct move. Trade those knights. I wonder if there will also be at some point a queen trade offer, but I wouldn't really opt for queen d6 unless you calculate that your pawn will be fine on d6. So it depends on how much van der Rijn is trying to get to a minor piece endgame. Keeping the queen on the board seems to be a lot simpler. You don't need to do any calculation on who is going to win which pawn in the knight endgame. Queen e6 keeps everything under control. A5 gains more space for white on the queen side, but it doesn't really achieve much. It's still black who has everything under control, all the pawns guarded. Maybe now we will see a little bit of back and forth, knight c5 to attack the queen. The queen could move away from d3 and should, because if not, it's a Bottas gambit that I don't think we'll see. The queen will move away, and maybe then black goes back with the knight, offering a repetition of moves. I think this is heading toward a draw. But I'm being proven wrong, because queen d8 is more aggressive than what I expected. Attacks the c7 pawn, so no back and forth, no repetition of moves offered here. And we shall see how black defends it. Queen c6 seems very logical because it guards the pawn and it also attacks white's central pawn on e4. So it is now white to decide how to counter this. Do you push f3 to guard the pawn? Or is there any other way in which Billy Kimba, Maxim Matlakov will deal with this hanging pawn? Queen d5 is always, of course, an option to offer a queen trade, but that's where you need to take into account what's going to happen in the knight endgame when I'm down a minute, or nearly a minute, and I need to calculate precisely. So let's see whether he plays queen d5 or is f3 good enough to guard the pawn. Actually, I've only just noticed that if he plays f3, he might be in trouble, because the black queen would suddenly have a way in to white's second rank. So if we just analyze for a second, pawn to f3, this, I believe, queen to b5 with the threat of queen e2. And that could be a big trouble for white. Queen d5 instead is the safer choice, and that was the correct move, played already. And this knight endgame, even though there's still some play in the queen endgame, in the endgame without queens, in this knight endgame, I think it's unlikely that either of them will make any big mistakes. So my guess is still that this will end in a draw. And then Demchenko's game is the all-decisive game for the first place against Shimanov. If we just switch back to that game with the h file open, I was wondering if white had any way of bringing the queen and the rook to the h file. The queen was already there, but the rook lift would have been ideal. I don't think he found a way. So the current situation is white is up on time, a full minute, and Shimanov is trying to hold everything together, but there's a pawn that has been captured in between the defensive moves. So white actually has two connected pass pawns on the queen side. Really tough position. And I think with this game, Demchenko is about to upset the tournament leader. Shimanov was leading for the past many rounds, the event. He's about to upset him. And if he wins this game, he will tie for first place with van der Rijn if van der Rijn draws his last game. And everything will depend on the tie breaks. I think I might have gained my co-host back, Keti. Hello. Hello there.
No,
well, it's better that we disconnect and not the players. So it's okay to DC as long as it's not the players' games, right?
Yeah, you know what, Anna, to be honest, Jordan Power couldn't handle so much tension that we had on the board. So they saved me to see all of this.
I see. Well, Keti, let me update you. Van der Rijn drew his game. So that's confirmed that Maxim Chigayev is on 7.5 points. But I don't think Shimanov is joining him. I think Shimanov is going to lose this endgame against Anton Demchenko. And then Demchenko will have 7.5 points, sharing first place with Van der Rijn. So for Shimanov, it didn't really unfortunately didn't really work for him. The peaceful draws and this last game. Yes, he is losing his first place. He was
the one who had 6 out of 6, remember, Anna? And then he made oh no,
2 draws
no,
in a row, but now he's losing the last game. It's a tough tournament. There's no easy opponent. There's just simply no one that you shouldn't worry about. Anyone can beat anyone, and this is exactly what's happening here. Anton Demchenko, half a point behind Shimanov, but he's about to win this game with the connected pass pawns, more time on the clock. Only a mouse slip or a disconnection could prevent him from winning the game and from tying for first place. I'm afraid for Shimanov that is the final moves of the game. He is fighting. He's pushing the E pawn to try to get some counter chances. He has to fight, but the B pawn is running. It's very fast.
Oh, 2 connected pass pawns. That's too much of the power, and also there seems to be not counterplay here. Oh, hold on. He found a way to activate the rook. There can be some kind of chances.
He dropped the e-pawn in the meantime, though. So 2 pawns. Sorry, Keti, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think I'm behind.
Knight fork. You were, you might have been a move or 2 behind, but now with the rook up and this knight c6 move in the end to get rid of the blockading piece, I don't think we're going to see a stalemate.
No, we will not see a stalemate in neither the flag in here. So that is so heartbreaking for Shimanov, who was the only player winning 6 out of 6, 100%. But we were curious how the thing's going to go for him. And there was a game when he had the white pieces and offered a draw after d4. So I'm sure he regrets that. And that's quite unfortunate for him.
Yeah, this is how it turned out to be. Van Doreen is our winner with a better tiebreak score. It's 1 point. Actually, I didn't even count on Inferno. Pavel Pankratov also won his final game. So not only Anton Demchenko tied for first place, it's a 3-way tie. But the lucky thing is, Keti, we do have a winner, Van Doreen, by Better Zonderborg. Berger Zonderborg is our first tiebreak, and you can see the 41 points for tiebreak score next to Van Doreen's name. But the other 2 players on second and third place, all sharing first place, but the second and third will now play a match against each other for the other qualification spot. So this is, in the end, I think, very fair, because all players with 7.5 points will get a chance. The only thing is that for Inferno, Pavel Pankratov and Anton Demchenko, they have to play now a mini match. Keti, let's take a look at the format of this playoff.
We have to take it at the format in this. So we have second and third player, in this case, Pankratov and Demchenko, playing against each other. And they're going to have 2 games. So each of them going to have white and black pieces. The time control will be the same, 10 plus 0. There will be no increment in here. And in case if the match ties, then we're gonna have here the Armageddon game where we have this fancy bidding rule where the player's gonna bid on time.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing another Armageddon. We have had a few of them in previous playoff phases of the ChesscomGlobal Championship. So I'm curious whether there's going to be another one. We will take a short break. And when we are back, the match between the second and third place player, only one of them can make it to the main event for the $1 million prize fund. So don't go anywhere. The stakes are high, and the excitement, especially if there's an Armageddon, you're gonna want to see it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Chess.com's Global Championship. Before we head over to the playoff, a quick reminder that we have a very exciting new college event coming up this fall and spring of 2023 for a prize fund of $50,000, the Collegiate Chess League in partnership with NACE Star League. This is your chance for your school to fight for a huge prize fund and all the fun and bragging rights. Keti, I wish I was still in college, but no, I have to live the life of a responsible adult that no longer is studying only.
I have a different opinion, Anna.
I loved being in uni. I love studying. I still am studying, but no, I no longer have a scholarship for studying, so it's not the same.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm done with the studies and the tests and the exams. Just too much. Had enough of that. But what is worthy to mention, Anna, is that nowadays all these chess players and all the people out there who play chess have so many possibilities to show their best, improve their chess, improve their skills alongside with the chess and have the opportunities. So this is amazing. And that's okay for us that we don't have to go through again with the exams and the tests. We're fine.
We can commentate on the event and root for your team. So make sure that if you are in college, you take a chance to participate in our brand new event. And let's remind everyone on this event, because we are already in the playoff phase, second and third place player from our Swiss tournament of earlier today will now face each other because there's only one qualification spot left. So our first place player is already there, happy to qualify, Maxim Chigayev. But the second and only other qualification spot will depend on the second and third place player playing a 2-game mini match of the same time control, 10 minutes, no increment. And in case of a tie after the 2 games, we will feature an Armageddon game where they can bid for the time, the amount of time they are willing to sacrifice to have the draw odds. Keti, would you please explain the bidding and Armageddon in general?
Well, Armageddon is very interesting format of the chess where one side has less time on the clock, but draw odds. So it means that if draw happens, then it is equal to win, and usually that's the black side. White usually needs to win a game but has more time. And the standard Armageddon is 5 versus 4. White has 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes. But here we have a bit of fancy Armageddon, a different Armageddon, where players have to decide how many time they want to have, and they are actually bidding with that. So it's a bit of competition out there too. So this is something that I really want to experience today and to see how these players gonna choose, what strategies these players gonna choose, and what will be the outcome. But one thing that we know for sure is the prize fund for this very event. That's the winner. Maxim Chigayev is already happy with his $850 and also guaranteed $5K for the next phase, as the last place here, 64th place, gonna get this amount of the money. The winner will get 200,000 and the second place will also get quite impressive number of the money here as the prize. And Anna, we already know a lot of players who got the right to go to the next phase. And one of the first people who won this competition was Vidit.
Indeed, Vidit Gujarati from India. This, of course, is an event that everyone wants to take part of. It's the biggest prize fund ever seen in a tournament like this. We mentioned that only tournaments like the World Championship match would have $1 million prize fund. So it's crazy to see, of course, that this event has this incredible prize fund by chess.com. And it has made so many super grandmasters want to take part of it that we have been hosting already for many weeks. The Open Qualifiers, they ended yesterday on July the 31st, and the playing phases today and this Friday are the last playing phases. some of the faces you probably recognize also from Twitch here, streamers and super grandmasters, including Eric Hansen from the Chess Bros and Jeffrey Zhang, who now is also our star commentator for chess.com events. Let's take a look at the next slides as well, because we have so many players already qualified from the playing phase, including one of the most experienced players, Gata Kamsky. And when I say experience, I mean Gata has been around for decades when it comes to classical chess over the board tournaments, but experience online we see with players like Jose Martinez, Jospem.
Right, Anna, and when you say Gata Kamsky, you can also add alongside with the Grandmaster legend, Gata Kamsky, as he's known with his phrase that he considers himself to be a legend, which he truly is. And now we have this opportunity to see him playing at this very event. Then we have another players who also qualified, and here also known faces for chess.com, Benjamin Bog is streamer and also the commentator, have qualified last week. Also Hans Neyman, who is the who has amazing year. His rating is just growing and growing. No one knows when he's going to stop or over the board tournament, and he's quite impressive. And as a commentator, as a chess viewer, I do like to see how he's playing, because he's never afraid to show his emotions. And I feel really bad for his neighbors that he's actually screaming while he's losing and when the things are not going well for him. And we have also many other names out there, young players and also well-known grandmasters. But also we have star grandmasters invited by chess.com, and overall, I know we're going to have 32 invited grandmasters.
Exactly. So the field consists of 32 players who qualify through the playing phase and 32 players who are invited, such as the strongest players in the world, including the current World Championship challenger Ding Liren, the previous World Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana, Thug Life, Alexander Krishuk, but also three-time World Blitz champion, not just Thug Life. New player of the American Olympic team, Levon Aronyan, and Timur Rajabov, who played a very solid and strong candidates tournament recently. Those are just some of the names, but other names we could drop. The game has started, so I'm just going to drop 3 more names. Vishy Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, and a certain streamer Hikaru Nakamura are also confirmed.
Yes, and it's going to be the huge event. But first of all, we have to enjoy the moment. And here we have the match of the day, where the players who took second and third places are now facing each other. Donchenko and Pankratov now playing this game. Pankratov is with white pieces, and the second game
with the white pieces, Pavel Pankratov, who also won his final game. So both of these gentlemen, they had to win, must-win situation in the last round of a very tense playing phase. And here they are, Pankratov versus Demchenko. So far, a very balanced position. But what is no longer balanced is white has a pair of knights fighting against a pair of bishops, and the pawn structure is slightly better for white because black has doubled pawns.
Yes, black has double pawns here, and I always like the pawn to be on e5 because it's kind of gives white the direction to attack the king side. It can be in white's case in this position when the queen can move away, for instance, on g3, and then f pawn can go forwards up to f6 if black allows that, and to have very nice attack on the king side. It also can start with the knight to f5 to get one of black's bishop off the board, and to then once again get more pieces on the king side. So I bet here white is going to find a way how to increase the pressure here on the side. It can also be something like knight to e2, knight to g3, and this knight can also go to h5 or f5. So there are a lot of ideas here for white, and black is now pushing the pawn on the queen side, also trying to gain more space advantage and creating some counterplay on the other side of the board.
Definitely, this is one of those positions where we're gonna see the different flanks which one would like to strike, especially after a5, a4 for black, gaining space on the queen side, while white has already moved his pieces more towards the king side. b3 to challenge this pawn, and after the capture, does white want to take back with the a or c pawns? I don't really like this actually for white. I'm not sure about this b3 move, because now it suddenly has freed black's pawn structure, and at some point, if black could prepare to push c5, those pawns will start marching c5, d4, but you need to guard the d5 pawn first before pushing.
Yes, rook a6 was very interesting move here. He prepares this c5 as d5, and then the rook on a8 will no longer hang in. And also, he probably wants to rook lift here on the king side, as we mentioned earlier, that there might be some kind of very nice play on the king side. Anna, is there d4 happening now?
D4 certainly is a question. I was guessing rook d1 is the counter to pin the pawn, otherwise you're going to lose a piece. And then you could push c5 to guard it. Right. Opens the 6th rank for the rook as well, for a rook swing in the future. That rook is actually very well placed on a6.
It is nicely placed here. Rook can get on e6, cannot get on g6. Black now just can move the queen away, and that's the fork that these pawns are creating. So we have actually this very similar, actually exactly the similar position. d4 has been played, and then c5 has been played. So now white has to move one of those light pieces from these c3 or e3 squares.
Mm-hmm. It's a very promising position for Demchenko, and makes me wonder what is it that Pankratov missed earlier. It already felt uncomfortable when he had to push b3. Maybe I don't know if there was any alternative to that, but you certainly don't go for this position hoping that it's gonna be your dream position. It's looking very, very nice for black, and there's still, of course, a few things that black needs to improve, including developing the b8 knight. But once you develop that knight, your position, the central domination of your pawn structure, that's going to be crucial. And you can develop the knight now with knight d7, or you can offer a queen trade, queen d7, and that would develop your knight 2 to d7 in case of queen takes.
That's right, Hannah. And of course, white might not be happy to give up white pieces advantage in the first game. But if the things are going bad for him, he might be also happy to just hold the game on a draw. Look at this, bishop to g5. Now, if you take this bishop, then knight can just get this bishop off the board. The checkmate threat is out there, and black has to be here very careful, as there can be some weaknesses, probably, if you don't play the most accurate moves. For instance, knight can come back on e4, or h4 can also happen here. So after bishop to g5 here, black is taking a little time to figure it out how to respond with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Demchenko is happy with the last few moves, how the position has changed. It feels like white is now back in the game. Not that it was any big advantage, but it certainly felt like black was really comfortable. And it's such a complex position that it's hard to pinpoint what is it that went wrong. All we can see for sure that white is now really trying hard to get that counter play on the king's side. So bishop takes g5 would lead to knight takes g5, threatening checkmate on h7. You still can play a move like rook g6, but it's already a little bit shaky. So there is some counter chance now for white. And that's what it takes sometimes in rapid chess, because look at the time situation. Demchenko now sinking into a deeper thought, but there's no increment. This is all his time.
No, this is all the time he has. And also, he has to be careful. Maybe he's a bit concerned about this position. He's not aware of the engine evaluation, which can be some crazy move can be here very good for black. But I would be just be careful with this square. Knight to f6 or bishop to f6 can be really unpleasant sacrifice here. And very likely he's looking for some kind of lines like that. And he goes with f6. Oh, look at this. The queen is pinned, and he's using this fact that the queen is pinned. And now bishop is under attack, and the pawn is also under attack. What a beautiful move he found.
It is a really, really strong move indeed for the pin. I wasn't looking at it. I thought he had to swing the rook over, but the bishop was hanging, so it kind of didn't make sense to take on g5. But f6 deals with the threat of the hanging bishop.
Yeah.
And now bishop was
Could be
bishop
this
played?
line.
Oh, you're analyzing it. I was like, this is the move.
It can be something like this, and then rook e6, then there's f4 to save the bishop, and then black can play knight to d7 or knight to c6. There is the one line that here can be played after bishop to f4, but there is also another interesting move, g6, and I think this is even better because queen is under attack, and when you move your queen away, good night. So the knight will be off the board. I don't know why I said that.
That was beautiful. It said good night, knight.
Knight will be lost. So this f6 and g6 moves can actually win some material here if white is not careful.
So how does Pankratov need to proceed if you need to be this careful? Another tactical pattern, by the way. I loved the sequence you showed. And then I was looking at what the computer would want to play. And the computer wanted to play this exact move. So Pankratov plays, obviously, the move that actually is not that hard to find, because now you're starting to win the queen with knight takes f6. That's a huge threat here.
Right. Yeah, most like even you cannot go this move f5 here, but knight f6 will lose the queen in that case too. And for instance, that's actually a better move. F takes g5 is a good example why it's just gonna lose a game, because after this check, the queen on d5 will hang. So nice drop here by Pankratov.
Yeah, but of course, Demchenko doesn't blunder. He takes the pawn on e5, and after bishop f4, queen f5, black is up a pawn. And it seems that the biggest part of the danger of this kingside counterattack is gone. The pieces after f6 have been chased back. And I think Demchenko is doing very well, but he's slightly lower on time. So he has to watch out for his time management.
Has to watch out. Talking about time management, Anna, I have a really funny story about Anton Demchenko. We played an open tournament in Beirut, very nice open tournament. For me, it went so good. And Demchenko was one of the favorites of the tournament. And I think in the round 5th or 6th or 7, like in the very end of the tournament, we played against each other on the first board. It was so big for me to play against him. And then the organizers organized for us some tour before the round, and then it ended up with a very nice lunch. So we spent really nice time together, and of course no one remembered about the chess game, but then it was time to go back for the chess tournament, and we shared the same car, me and my opponent, and we stuck in the traffic jam. And there was a bit like a bad situation, of course, but it was funny for me to see how he was actually reacting and how important was this game was for him. Because funny fact is that I was with black pieces.
Oh, so his clock would start at over the board tournaments, well, online too. It's of course white's clock, but in some tournaments online, they wouldn't start the clock until the players are there. But over the board, the arbiter starts all the clocks at the same time, whether you are sitting there or not. No. Oh, so what happened? You're stuck in a traffic jam, and he's got the white pieces. He's gonna lose.
he's losing that. He was not telling me anything. I was really feeling really bad about that. And of course, no one enjoys such a win or even extra time on the clock. But I didn't know how to deal with that. So we arrived really late at the chess tournament, and I had more time on the clock, really a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah. Did you feel like did you feel like you should just sink into deep thinking to give back the time?
Oh, we didn't need it that. He just crushed me in the opening and the middle game.
He didn't need the time back. Well, at least he
but it's not the end of the story. It's not. He was crushing me for sure. He had 2 extra pawns beating me, and then I think at some point he was just tired out of all these emotions. And in the rook game, I found just one good move in the game. It was enough to make a draw without 2 extra pawns. So that was really a funny memory for me. I don't know about Danchenko. He might not be happy with this story.
Wait, so in the end you saved the game?
Yes.
Whoa, look at you go, lady.
Yes.
That's incredible. And the whole story about getting stuck in a traffic jam with your opponents, and it's his time that's running, so he's nervous about it. He might be nervous about having lost the advantage. That's the sad news for Demchenko. Good news, he equaled out everything on the time situation. He was lower on time, and now they are roughly balanced. There is no increment, so it's crucial to keep check on the time. Knight g3 to regroup your pieces, heading toward f5. Slightly
decided that it's not the good move, and I think there's something connected with this rook and the bishop. F5. All right, makes sense. He wants to play bishop here.
Yeah, which seems good, but I think he missed an even bigger chance pushing b3, that rook on a1. If we just go back for one slight move on our analysis board, perhaps b3 was probably nearly winning because it creates a pass pawn. That's a very strong pass pawn. This was a missed chance. f5 was played instead, and now white is back in the game because the rook moves away from the a5 real quick, attacking the bishop.
Oof, that's the chance. And very often it happens when you make a move, then you see that in a second, you see it. So I'm sure both of the players now are very much aware of that chance of b3. But the moment is gone, and now rook is under attack. Rook cannot come back on d2 to guard a2 pawn, Anna, as bishop c3 will be the pin. And you can also not take this pawn, as bishop c3 is out there. I know you can take the knight here on b8, but then rook is not guarded by any of white's pieces. So rook c4 has been chosen here by white, and
g6.
g6.
That's a more of a mysterious move, but it's true that the f5 pawn was hanging in some cases, depending on whether you were going to move the bishop away or not. So he solidifies his pawn structure with g6 and keeps the option of bishop c3 alive. But Demchenko is shaking his head. He's clearly not satisfied with how the middle game proceeded. He was up a pawn and he had a very comfortable position. So something clearly has gone wrong, not too wrong. So he's not losing, but he lost his advantage.
He lost his advantage, but also his time is a bit lower now than his opponents. But I really like your black's position. The pawn structure is much better, and also the pieces are just a bit loose for white. Knight on g3, being stuck there, not having very active squares, and also bishop on c7 has to be guarded. Knight d4 attacks the rook on e2, and knight pawn on f3. There is not such a thing, Sana, after rook e3 to take this bishop and then to push f4, because there will be a checkmate on the back rank, and obviously you don't want to do that.
So what is it that we're going to see instead? Now, I think the more likely result is a draw, which will mean that the final game possibly final game will be an all-decisive game if there's a decisive result. So whoever wins the next game will qualify to the main event, the knockout phase of Chess.com's Global Championship, for a $1 million prize fund. Crazy amount of money at stake and crazy amount of opportunities to face some of the world's strongest players who are already confirmed as participants, including full-time streamer Hikaru Nakamura among the field, as well as World Championship challengers, current ones like Ding Liren and Janne Palmeshi, previous ones like Fabiano Caruana, former world champions like Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. So an incredible field is the one that's waiting for one of these players, but only one of them can qualify.
Yes, only one of these players. That's why this match is extremely important, and they try to play very solid. So far we don't have much of the active moves or some sacrifices, because still they both have chances until they can control the situation. Draw can be also a very second chance for these two players, as we do have another game with 10 minutes without increment. So this game might go close to the draw, Anna, even though that they are having less and less time on the clock.
Yeah, I was looking at Demchenko's time, and that makes me worried because it's not a dead draw. The knight is a tricky piece. Pankratov can go back and forth, threatening here, threatening there. Now he's regrouping that knight to guard f2, and once the black pieces maybe are not attacking f2, you have knight g5. So it's not an immediate draw, and it's crazy now that without the increment, because there is no increment, Demchenko could lose this game on time, and he was probably winning earlier in the middle game. At least he was up a pawn.
Yes, and if Pankratov tries really hard, he can easily flag Demchenko in this position. 24 seconds, no increment. Oh, but he found some way to
that's beautiful.
to actually get something really big out of this. He's getting a pawn now, and he's winning maybe another pawn.
he is in a much better rook in game, but will he have the time? Oh no! What? No. To made rook d7, rook d5 to d7. He blundered. Now white is not only winning on time, but also on the board. f4 was a big mistake.
White king goes on d4, Anna, here. There will be no check. Black has to sacrifice a rook, otherwise there will be a checkmate. g5 has been played here, and there will be a checkmate no matter what.
Ooh,
rook
that's
h7
painful.
is pretty much...
What a mistake, f4. If we just go back real quick to that moment, Keti, I know the second game is starting, but just to show that Demchenko was suddenly winning again, but he was so low on time. He pushes f4, which seems to be the good move to restrict the white king, but his own king was even more restricted, and this rook d7 is a killer.
Yeah, he could just take the knight and get another pawn for free and then give some checks. There was actually, he was very close to win the game, and draw was at least guaranteed in that case. But sometimes things like this happens to everyone, and very often I ask myself, well, why I did such a thing? Like Demchenko can ask himself, like, why I played f4, not to take the knight with a check. It was a obvious move, but that happens, and that's
especially in time trouble.
Chess.
Yeah, he was so low on time. I think the time pressure was the decisive factor in the end, because he had 30 seconds against a minute with no increment. So it was also the case that he could have been flagged. But then he found a sequence to sacrifice the bishop on f2, and it was really promising until he blundered with f4. So now he's in a must-win situation. He's got the white pieces, and he has a better position already. How do you do it? Mr. Demchenko, I need to learn. How do you get an opening advantage out of 9 moves already?
Yeah, he plays Italian game. Actually, we had a previous game also Italian. One of our viewer asked what was the game what was the opening in the previous game. And I think, Anna, the advantage here is because of this pawn, black and castle, because at some point this pawn can be weak. Oh. Hold on, knight d4 and d5 now. There's this way to trade some of the pieces, and
it's a mess.
Evelbar is not very much convinced with this trade.
Yeah, it's not convinced because e5 is hanging 2. I wonder if Demchenko will take on e5 with a knight or with the pawn, or is he calculating anything other than those captures? But this is his big chance to make a comeback. You can feel the tension in this match because Pankratov, right after saving that game and eventually winning it, he immediately makes a mistake in the opening. This is not how grandmasters normally play, but there's so much pressure on them. Only one of them can make it to the main event, and it's thousands of dollars.
Thousands of dollars guaranteed by just one win in this match, in this mini match, and also a lot of opportunities to get even more. So indeed, they both deserve, because they played so well up to now. But we can't have many winners of the tournament. And we're gonna know just one player today, one happy player who gonna be joining Maxim Chigoev to qualify to the next phase. But Demchenko is spending a lot of time for here, and I think this is the right moment to spend time, because here you can get big advantage for whites.
Yeah, it is a critical moment, and he senses it that this is his chance. But after having lost the previous game, that usually, unfortunately, also affects one's self-confidence. Even if you are among the strongest of players, the results and how he made a huge blunder at the end of the game, that will definitely affect him emotionally. So he has to put that behind him. He needs to start from a blank page, but easier said than done. And he might be double, if not triple, checking everything to make sure that he doesn't mess this opportunity up.
Oh, look at this. Everything is hanging in the center, and he plays C3.
All right.
Sure.
All right.
You don't get that one. And now he takes with a knight. That actually, he keeps the pawn structure more healthy in this case.
Yeah, because black shouldn't give up the dark squared bishop. With the phi and kettle structure, bishop takes e5 is an absolute no.
All right, white castle, and black is still cannot castle, as the pawn on h6 is under attack by white's 2 pieces. And now bishop e6 kind of challenged white's bishop, as the knight e3 can be the white's next move here. So how to deal with it? You can always give up the light square bishop and keep the dark square bishop on the board, or find for a better solution in here.
Yeah, let's see. What will he come up with, and how long will it take for him to take the decision? Because again, there is no increment. It's 10 minutes, no increment, and it does matter if he gets into time trouble again, which was the case of the previous game. The end of it was decided by the time pressure.
Right. So he's spending a lot of time here, and also in the previous game, he spent a lot, and in fact, it affected pretty much on the game. So after bishop b5 here and c6, white can consider to give up the 2 pieces for rook and the 2 pawns, with all these trades, and then start to push the pawns forward, something like b4, and create a pass pawn on the queen side, as black's king stops rook to get into the game quickly on the queen side. So he's spending too much time. He has the hands on the hat. That's the common position for the chess player. We do like to put the heads on the hat to focus fully.
Both of them are supporting their thinking pose with a 1 hand or 2, and the decision has been taken. Bishop to b5 check. Doesn't seem to be the strongest according to the bar, but this position is a mess. So it doesn't really matter if it's the top move or not, because this is the game between 2 human beings who are under serious pressure here. The tension and what's at stake makes this game a lot more nerve-wracking than just an average game of Grandmasters.
That's true. And we have this line exactly as we were showing and analyzing, Anna. So we're going to have here, and I would expect b4 to happen, as to create here a pass pawn and challenge black's queen side. Rook here is stuck and going to take some time to get this rook into the game, and also h6 pawn will hang there, and white has very good compensation for 2 pieces.
Yeah, it is chaotic, but it does seem to be the case that with the extra pawns that the white has gotten, well, extra pawn, actually, I thought it's more than one. It looks optically, it looks more than one. Well, no, sorry, I cannot count. It's 2, right? Oh gosh, my maths is horrible. But lots of pawns, lots of pawns. And what matters even more so is that although black does have a pawn on the e file, but you would rather wish that pawn was on c4 so that it could somehow block white's pawns. It's 4 versus 1 on the queen side for white. And that means you have already 2 pass pawns, connected pass pawns. So white is searching for the right moment to mobilize this pawn structure and start pushing the C and D pawns, or prepare to push the B pawn, depending on the circumstances.
Right. So tough position here, and double-edged position. If white misses here the chance, black has here 2 pieces for a rook, and tables can turn very quickly. And someone in the chat really gets me confused. I don't know about you, Anna. Maybe you can recognize we have GM Anish Giri in the chat. Is that the Anish Giri? Our moderators might know about that, or maybe it's not the Anish Giri we know, but yeah, it can be.
Yeah, regardless of whether it's the real Anish or not, we appreciate everyone's presence in our chat. Thank you so much for joining us for the playing phase of Chess.com's Global Championship. This is it. This is the decisive final game, unless it's a win for Demchenko. We will not have an Armageddon. So Demchenko is in a must-win situation to have a fighting chance for the qualification spot. A draw or win will mean that Pankratov qualifies, and Pankratov is playing against himself. I think we just need a slight change of the name card, but you are playing against yourself in a way, because I do think we are our biggest opponents, because sometimes the fears that creep in, the self-doubt, that can be a lot more difficult to overcome than your actual opponent.
I agree with that. That has been, I'm sure with everyone's case, that your biggest opponent is yourself. And there was a very good point that you pointed out, Anna. And it can happen in all the games. And Demchenko was also his main opponent in the previous game, when he didn't took back the knight for free with a check and didn't get another pawn from the board. But that's the past. And here we have this current situation. His time is ticking. He has 3 minutes and 20 seconds, while Pankratov has 7 minutes. And Pankratov can even try to flag him if things go smoothly for him. So Demchenko either needs to win on the board very fast or speed up right now.
Yeah, and I don't think these last few moves have gone in the right way for Demchenko, because he has spent a lot of time, and he also seems to have gone in a strange way. This rook on c2 doesn't feel like it's a well-placed piece. It steps into some tempo moves like knight b4 or the diagonal sometimes where the bishop is. And black is blocking white's pawns. Knight c5 perhaps, just so that the c4 pawn cannot be mobilized, and alone the d pawn will not be able to make it through unless it has the support of the c pawn.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this pawn structure that Demchenko here decided to play. Oh, rook d8 is not the best move here, and there's some chances. g4 is the chances, Anna, I guess, and was found here by white. Bishop is under attack. The pawn on e4 will be gone, and also knight will hang. So white gonna win not only the pawn but also the tempo, and we're gonna have a different picture after that 2 moves.
Certainly. Now, this was a mistake by Pankratov, rook to d8, allowing g4, which was spotted by Demchenko. So he's back in the driver's seat. He only has 3 minutes on the clock, but once he picks up the e4 pawn, as you said, undermines the d3 knight. And then you can continue building up your position with now the open e file as well, bringing your rook over to the open files.
Mm-hmm. Wow, and now Pankratov is the one who is dropping the time down 5 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, and at this point, if white gets a lot of advantage, maybe 3 minutes will be more than enough to convert into the win. So he has to find now the proper square for the bishop. There is no any tricky knight moves now. Bishop has to leave the f5 square, not to additionally weaken the king for black to by the trade the pawns here. So tense situation.
Very tense situation, and it is now Pankratov who spends more time than usual. He still has a 2-minute time advantage, but he knows that he made a mistake and his position is collapsing in the center. So a tough one for him to make a comeback from. The variation bar, as you can see, has jumped massively after this g4 was blundered, and the pawn is gone from e4.
The pawn is gone from e4. Now white has 2 connected pass pawns in the center, which can finally start to move away. I thought he would go with rook d2 and to support d5 pawn and then push c5 and c6 finally. This pawn has to be pushed, but instead he chose also a very nice approach here as the pawn on f7 is now under attack by the check. Black played king to g8 and the evil bar goes down and down, up and up for white, and increases the advantage for white. Rook e1 here makes sense. b3 is okay. It's a safe move. He played very fast. He saved some time.
And he guards the pawn on a4, so he just wants to make sure that once he brings the rook into the game, the a4 pawn will not be an issue. It is also true that he has time for making moves like this, like b3, to improve further the pawn structure, because black has no counterplay. There's no threats. There's no threatening maneuver, regrouping. Unfortunately for Pankratov, this is a really sad position where your chances of a comeback kind of depend on the time management, the 2 minutes of time advantage or 1.5 minutes. But I don't think that Demchenko will get into a serious time trouble as he did in the previous game.
No, and also Anna, now the difference on the clock is just 1 minute. All these last moves, and Pankratov here just made one mistake when he blundered the pawn on e4, and it costed him 4 minutes, 3 minutes at least, and it can in long run cost him the point. And now as white is trying to control the e file, there's additional plan here just to start to roll the pawns, and whenever white starts to push the c5 pawn, then all these moves go by the temp is there and will be unstoppable.
Yeah, knight c2 is a tricky move, but after the trade on e8, now the rook is free to go wherever it wants to, and rook e4 seems to be a really strong move because it stops the knight from jumping to d4, after which this knight is cut off from the rest of black's pieces. The bishop is almost without any movement. It can only go to d7 once it's attacked, and the pawn on h6 is hanging too. So Pankratov's position is falling apart, and that will mean if Demchenko wins this game, we will have a tie. And you know what happens in case of a tie. Keti and dear viewers, we're gonna have an Armageddon where the players will bid. They're gonna bid. This is gonna be your first Armageddon, Keti. They will bid on the amount of time they're willing to give up to get the draw odds with the black pieces. This is gonna be so exciting.
For us, not for them, for sure, because they have to. They still have to play very strategical game to properly bid. And I know many players just prefer to have some kind of rule that they can fit in rather than to have this option to choose. You know, it's still hard to make the right decision. You might question then yourself later and blame yourself for choosing something in the other way. So again, white is spending way too much time here. He still needs to find a way to win this one. Luckily for him, the white's king is safe. White's all pieces are safe. There will be any crazy tactics here. It's just we're waiting for white to start to push the pawns on the board.
And it's one of those situations where Demchenko is in a completely winning position, and he is basically having this competition, the race against the clock. is 1 minute and 12 seconds enough for him to convert this game? Because he has only that amount of time. There is no increment. So he has to find a finish, a checkmate, a way to win even more material. You need to make your opponent resign before your time is up.
True. That's a tough question, and even tough for white to end the game. And he has to play king to g3 to improve. He's improving his position, but his moves are not showing a clear win here. He just moves the king up. Not much changes. Come on, when he's going to push the pawn. Now, if he pushes the pawn c5, then he can lose that pawn. And black actually makes really nice moves. He's creating a lot of threats, and now
takes the pawn with check. Yeah, they took that pawn with check. It seems it doesn't matter because the white can just move the king away or block with f3. Both were options. And the bishop is hanging now, as well as f7 with checkmate in 2. So white seems to have it figured out. There was a checkmate pattern with queen e5. He took the bishop instead, but this too should be checkmate in just a few moves. So Anton Demchenko, after having lost a game where he had the upper hand and he messed it up in the heat of the time trouble, in this second game, even though he's low on time, I think he sees checkmate in 2. I think he sees this. Actually, he takes the knight. Who am I to say they see checkmate in 2? I'm sorry. Apologies. But now he sees checkmate in 10. Resignation from Pankratov. That means, Keti, we have it. Armageddon, 1-1. This match is still not decided. Good. Only one of them can qualify to play in the main event of Chess.com's Global Championship for $1 million. That's crazy. So bidding phase. We're going to let the players say a number. They need to pick a number. They can say 10, but I don't think you win the bid with 10. So the idea
Wait, we can't hear that, Anna? I thought we could hear that.
Can we? I don't know if they need to text our team or what is the... Yeah, text. I think it's text, and we will be told as soon as they have made a decision. But for our viewers who are new to this format, because it is an innovative format, so it could be very well new. Armageddon on its own is not new, but it's still not that common. Black has draw odds, but black will have less time. And for the first time in tournament history, the Global Championship features a format, an innovation, where you bid on the time on how much are you willing to give up. So let's say Keti says, I give up 3 minutes and I would be happy to play 7 minutes versus 10, but I have draw odds with black. And I say I would play 6 minutes. Then I win the bid and I'm going to have the black pieces, but I'm going to have to play with 4 minutes less on the clock. What do you think will be the number? Oh, we have it.
We have it?
Oh my gosh. Pavel said 9.5 minutes, which I don't think would ever win the bid. So he probably wants to play the white pieces because Anton said 7. Demchenko said 7 minutes. Demchenko will have 7 minutes, 3 minutes of time advantage, but draw odds.
Wow. What a crazy bidding. Who would imagine that?
Pankratov preferring the white pieces, that's also sometimes the case, of course. If you don't want to play the draw odds, if you prefer to play aggressive and go for the winning chances and more time. To be fair, Keti, the fact that Demchenko was in time trouble in both of his games in the playoff, and they started with equal amount of time, now he's going to have draw odds, but 3 minutes less. He was the one who struggled with time management. So I think Pankratov's...
He was the one.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure that he has that time advantage again. And even more than that, he's got 3 extra minutes.
Ooh, there we go. And here we have the cup of tea for Demchenko for the energy. So Anna, they can bid only once, right? There will be no...
No, that's it.
Like an auction.
Game is on. No, this is it. The game is on, and this is the final decisive game. Armageddon. Whoever wins this game or draws it, if you're Demchenko, a draw is enough, you will qualify to the main stage, to the knockout stage of the Global Championship, which will feature some of the strongest players in the world fighting for $1 million in prize fund. Already $5,000 is definitely a guarantee that you win, but you can win more. 5,000 is minimum.
Way more.
Yes.
Yeah, you can double the price. The next lower price is 10,000 and
True.
15,000.
And first prize, exactly. First prize is 200,000. If we just show for a second, how is that $1 million prize fund? Crazy amount of cash at stake, playing against the world's best chess players in the same field, already a huge honor. And this is only going to be the possibility for one of these players, either Pankratov. If he wins, he qualifies. Demchenko, he needs to draw or win to qualify. And this is the final, all-decisive game.
It is final decisive game, and Demchenko chooses to have low time on the clock, but odd here, and he's spending quite a lot of time already. And we can see that White is fearless and pushes the pawn forwards on h5. Knight is under attack, and according to the engine bar on the move 8, White already holds advantage, quite a big advantage. Oof, Knight to h4.
I guess it had to be played because the situation was already really tricky. If Knight e5, I think it was stepping into trade, and then pawn takes d4. Something has gone already wrong for Demchenko, unfortunately. Not fully wrong. It's not like he is lost, but the position certainly is not comfortable. It just goes to show how much pressure is on both players, because it was the same case in the previous game where Pankratov was in a worse position after just 8 or 9 moves of the opening, and they are playing openings that they know very well, so you're not supposed to be worse.
They were not supposed to be worse, and that's why I'm really, really confused and surprised to have this much big advantage already at this early stage of the game. But then we have seen a lot of switches, turn off the situations there. So after all, what really matters is the time right now, and Demchenko has no time on the clock. He might even have a good position, but he will not have time. And for Pankratov having 9 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He can do tons of things alongside with playing this game. Oh no, Demchenko has to really speed up.
Oof, and h6 is such a strong move, weakening the dark squares around the black king. This is not looking good for Demchenko, unfortunately.
It is not looking good, indeed. But to be fair, Pankratov is the player who had more time on the clock in all these 3 games, and is a bit faster player. But Demchenko was always putting up so much pressure even without time on the clock. So I kind of have some expectations that we might see some turn of the events here. But we might have some turn of events here, but no time on the clock for Demchenko.
Yeah, this is a huge time disadvantage over 4 minutes. I'm very good at mathematics, as you all know. 4 minutes is a big time disadvantage when it comes to rapid chess and no increment. At the same time, the position is complex. Yes, it's terrifying, all the space that White has gained and how White is ready to launch an attack against the black king. The white king, though, is still in the middle of the board. So it feels like if black brings their rook to the e5, for instance, you gotta have to deal with that pressure too sometime. And I wonder if we'll ever see a castle, or where is the white king going?
White king can just top here on g2 and keep the rook on h file, just in any case, if there will be any sacrifices on the king side. You don't really need this king rook to be on f1, right? So, but it kind of costs you 2 moves, king f1 and king g2. And black can also strike back with f5 at some point. Oh, rook, bishop to h8. If somehow White has an extra knight or 3 more knights, there could be some checkmate on the board. But for now, the king is stuck out there.
True. Queen d2 was played so that the bishop could later come to g5 and weaken further the dark squares. Now after bishop e6, again, it's time to take a decision. Do you go for something forcing with moves like bishop g5 or bishop takes c6 is an option too? I wonder which one will Pankratov go for. And again, big time advantage. It's part of Armageddon, but the initial time was this 3-minute time advantage, and it has only grown into a bigger, even bigger time advantage since.
Yeah, right. And I just wanted to make my dream come true to checkmate here, Black's king with the knight.
Fork. You're winning the queen, but it's checkmate. Beautiful. Will we see that on the board?
He took the knight first, and then, well, let's be fair here. If white plays bishop to g5, black has f6 move, and both of the white's pieces will be hanging. So this is not a good deal for white. And for this reason, white decided to bring knight first as a safe spot, and then later maybe he will try to play bishop to g5. So c5, black is challenging here white's center and tries to open up the dark square bishop, because this bishop here, I feel so sorry for this bishop because it's just so passive and takes really important space for the black's king. And c5 is kind of way to look for some counterplay.
Yeah, and he needs that counterplay because otherwise white has a free roll at attacking in whichever moment suits him best. So after c5, we see a trade of pawns. That's a very damaged pawn structure for black, but he's trying to at least get rid of the queens, because without the queens, at least his king would feel safer. The queen is the most important and strongest attacking piece. So obviously a queen trade favors the defender here.
Yes, that's a good point. Actually, black managed with all these things to trade the queens and just decrease the tension. And now black has a pair of bishop on the board. White is winning a pawn, but very often in the end game, pair of bishop can easily be as equal to the situation when you have pawn down, and compensates that really well. So white just captures now another pawn, and black finally can bring the rook in on the board. Rook c8 here makes a lot of sense to me, to try to get this rook even more active.
Yeah, it's no longer that bad, because yes, you have given up a pawn to force the queen trade, but you have the pair of bishops. No longer there are checkmate threats toward your king. And as you mentioned, rook c8, just to try to trade further pieces. And black has the pair of bishops. That is a very powerful pair of bishops to have in an open or semi-open position. So I think this is actually a chance for Demchenko, if only it wasn't for that he's really low on time, though, because he's making it back on the board.
Yeah, he's making back on the board. That's actually very interesting, this Armageddon format, because you can try your best on the board, but the clock, no one will give you extra time, right? So he's thinking way too much. 2 minutes, soon it will be down to 1 minute and 50 seconds, and he has to find a spot for the rook first of all.
And that is the e8 square, not c8, because that would have stepped into knight e7, knight fork.
Right. So this is quite, it was a quite nice chance for white, but not easy to spot when you have a few minutes on the board. And now black is trying to use the power of pair of bishop and plays bishop to b3. I have a question. Is there, okay, rook to b7 wins nothing here, because black has actually bishop c3 check, which saves the bishop on the board, and then black can capture the pawn on a4. So that's not the great solution here for white.
Yeah, it is not that simple for Pankratov to keep everything under control when both the a4 pawn and the e4 pawns are hanging. The king is still in the... Fortunately, it seems that we are in some kind of a curse, Vecna's curse, I'm gonna call it, after third time. This is gotta be it, Keti. Third time charm. Our internet will hold at least for the next few minutes so that we can let you know about what happened at the end of the Armageddon game. It was a very unfortunate disconnection on the end of our team, but now we are back to tell you what happened after delayed bone cloud king to e2?
Yes, then the check happened here. And then when the king went on the h8, white found this way to get the rook into the game, attack the bishop, and bring another piece into the game. And after bishop to f6, we had knight to d5, targeting the bishop on f6, Anna. And now this forces black's bishop to be very passive here and being in between the two rooks of the black, and we see here white, in fact, chased the light square bishop here and trapped the light square bishop. Who would imagine that the winning plan here was to win this bishop here on a4?
Yeah, it has been a crazy game, but I think overall, the fact that Pavel Pankratov had the better time management throughout the 10-minute games earlier, and then chose to play the white pieces because he didn't really bid much when it comes to how many minutes he was gonna be ready to sacrifice to have draw odds. But Demchenko, he did choose 7 minutes in the Armageddon. So with the black pieces, you have draw odds, but you have time disadvantage. And that time disadvantage seemed to prove crucial in their first game of the playoffs, where Demchenko made a big mistake in the heat of the time pressure. And then in this final Armageddon game, unfortunately, even though he fought his way back after trading the queens, he no longer was in immediate danger. But the time pressure, unfortunately, I think kind of became the protagonist of this match. It is part of online chess and rapid chess especially. So we have Pavel Pankratov, Grandmaster Pavel Pankratov, joining Grandmaster Maxim Chigayev, as both of them qualify from today's play-in phase. What an event this has been, Keti.
Oh, nerve-wracking for us.
For many reasons.
For the team and also for the players as well. And also for our viewers who were so disappointed not to see the final. But we do know the result, and congratulations to those two players who qualified. And Anna, we have another event starting right after this one. So there will be another chance for all of the participants who found themselves not lucky to qualify. So I wish really all of them good luck to the next one, and let the best two players win this the other competition.
Exactly. Another play-in phase is about to start. So don't go anywhere, because the same event again will take place now, the later stage of the play-in phase, again for two players to qualify, again for the guaranteed $5,000 in the knockout phase and the chance to play against former world champions like Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, full-time streamers like Hikaru Nakamura, world championship challengers like Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren. The field is stacked, but we still have a few more spots, and two more players will join from the next event. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for tuning in to watch our coverage. Keti, it's always a pleasure and honor to work with you, and a huge thanks to the whole team as well. We have made it through, and we're gonna pass on the torch to the next commentary team.
Indeed, Anna, thank you so much once again. It was pleasure to work with you.
Get it, speaking the truth. I'm not going to be paired with you again.
No way that it's going to be pressure for any other co-commentators to work with you. And it's always lovely and pleasant to work here and with you. And thanks so much to you, and also to our whole team to work for the event, and for our viewers being here with us. And now it's time to switch for another chance for the players. And also you guys gonna have the another team of commentators, Lawrence Trent and David Bruce, gonna take over the channel and the tournament as well. And you guys, I hope you're gonna stay on the channel and see another action to start over.
See you soon again, and make sure to tune in for the next play-in phase as well.
Bye guys.